Okay. We are going to call this meeting back to order. Before we move into our first item, we do have a gentleman that Mr. Lehman was gracious enough to drive up here from Douglas. And even though we had technically closed the comment period, we got out of here a little earlier than anticipated. So Mr. Lehman, if you'd like to join us up here in front of the dais, please just identify yourself. And then the one thing that I'd like to just say is thank you for making the time to come up here. Let's go ahead and hear public comment from the person who brought this topic up from the beginning. So Mr. Lehman, if you just identify yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Lehman from Converse County. I was the one that initially brought up just a comment about something having some kind of mechanism in place to at least bring the private landowner and maybe the school district in situations where we have public schools sitting on private land together to kind of discuss issues they may be having with the education component, with the terms and so forth. And I had an opportunity to visit with Superintendent Hughes on this, and she seems to be receptive of at least us having that dialogue. And I think that's the main flux here. We need to be able to have the opportunity as private landowners to visit with school district in issues where we do have public schools sitting on private land, because in our particular situation, when this agreement was basically put into perpetuity, and we as landowners really don't have a lot of say on what happens out there. So I think if Ms. Hughes and the school board are willing to have that dialogue, I think that's the direction we're going to have to go, and we'll go. And I would just encourage all districts or any landowner that has that kind of situation to try to foster that working relationship if you can with the local school districts. So that's all I had to pretty much say. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much for making the time to come up here. Like I said, I recognize we busted out of here for lunch. You don't want a group of hungry legislators. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, John. All right, with that, we are going to close public comment on that particular issue. Again, we're going to move right back into our next agenda topic, and bear with me here as I get myself loaded up because I do not have a paper copy, but I do believe it involves all of our work here with the department as well as Tanya. I see Tanya carrying up her binder. Let's see here. I lost everything that I had opened up here. So our next is the facility ownership and fiduciary duties. Tanya, you had a very well put together memo for us on this. I believe it looked like this was clear back when you were a legal intern. So welcome back to no longer interning. Ms. Heitrich, if you would, the floor is yours.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the memo that you referenced was an opinion of the Attorney General's office. I did assist in writing that in 2004, and luckily I didn't recall writing that, so I prepared another memo that's in your packet, and I guess I'm happy that the conclusion is the same.
We are too.
Be very embarrassing if it weren't. And so just as a little refresher, you requested information, actually it was Senator Hicks mostly, regarding the legislative obligations in the realm of construction of schools, and specifically inquired about the ownership of schools. Who owns the school buildings in Wyoming, where the state is responsible for building them? And the short answer, both in this memo as well as the 2004 opinion, is that the school districts retain ownership of those buildings, while the legislature remains responsible for ensuring adequate and equitable facilities across the state through funding and also through oversight. The Campbell cases, as lengthy as they are, they did not really talk about school ownership. That was not something that was discussed directly, but instead they reiterated the legislative obligation to provide those adequate and equitable facilities appropriate for the delivery of the educational basket. And various Wyoming statutes support this conclusion. There are statutes that speak to the ability of school districts to own real estate and transfer title of real estate. And should the legislature wish to overtake ownership, there are a lot of nuances and practical considerations that should be addressed. I mean, in part, the discussion about the excess square footage that you had before lunch kind of plays into this, as well as enhancements. Those numbers for the educational building that are maintained, those fluctuate based on student enrollment. And so just thinking practically, I'm not sure how you would transfer ownership year to year based on the student population. I don't know, practically speaking, how that would work. You know, one year you may own 89%, and then the next year you may own 87%, and then you might own 93%. And I think for those reasons, that's probably why it is structured statutorily the way that it currently is, with the state funding it and providing pretty heavy oversight, but with the districts maintaining it. And you also run into issues just from a practical standpoint about maintenance and who those people might work for. Are they district employees? Are they state employees? And just managing a fleet over that large of a geographic area would pose difficulties as well. So while it's possible statutorily to do that, it would be nuanced and difficult. And I won't belabor, you know, the memo goes through the Campbell cases as well as the various statutes, but that's an explanation in a nutshell.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Heitrich, thank you very much for taking a look at this for us. I think what sort of encouraged me to ask for some effort on this front is that it's kind of interesting to note that when you constructed your first memo, that was a different world at that point. We really didn't have a State Department of Construction and a division of school facility. We hadn't launched into quite a pretty aggressive building program at that point. A lot of the schools that we talked about in the early 2000s were the schools that Representative Harshman referred to earlier. So I wonder, as you revisited those statutes, did that change any observations you would make, or did the state pretty much pays for all these now, right? So I just wondered if that changed any observation.
Ms. Heitrich.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, it really didn't. The statutes, oddly, you know, what is it, 19 years later, much of the statutes are the same. It wasn't the State Construction Department, it was the School Facilities Department, but there was a commission. And so that opinion was written after those statutes were stood up. And it was in that same context. It was right after sort of the pipeline eras of schools had taken place and the state was, you know, taking a role in the oversight and in the funding. You know, that statutory scheme was in response to the last Campbell cases. And as a result, you know, this current statutory scheme that you have is actually what was tried in the last Campbell cases. And that would have been right in that same time period, 2004 through 2008.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, on page 3 of your memo, second paragraph, just thought it, because we always have this conversation in the legislature about enhancements, and I thought it was interesting, your last sentence, last couple sentences, you take and read that about local school districts. They're going to have to shift their focus to the new and necessary role of raising fundings for local enhancements in order to assure innovation. I thought that was really interesting, because we have this debate about major maintenance of enhancements too, and we've been in this long thing since 2004 when that bill came out of the House, that where we can. So it's interesting, but I guess I hadn't read that in a long time. So thanks for putting this together for us. Appreciate it.
Ms. Heitrick.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, it is worth noting, I mean, that is another complexity when you're talking about, discussing the notion of changing ownership and shifting that to the state. The court definitely recognized a local role and the importance of having the local districts at the table when these decisions are happening. And so how those nuances and those statements in those cases would play out in the event the state did take ownership, I can't opine on that, but there certainly was a recognition of a local role that was important.
Senators, anything down here from you guys? Okay. All right, Ms. Heitrick, thank you so much. Director Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding this item, Tanya has already surpassed what we were going to say. We were, from our website, we found the 2004, and then we included that in the packet. And then now she's taken that to the next level with language in addition to that. So we're good on the rest of this item if you are.
I will just say I appreciate, I got that memo, and I think I asked for it twice and received it 3 times, but I do appreciate you guys getting that over to me as well. Had a heck of a time finding it myself, but thank you. Okay. Any public comment on this particular topic? Seeing none. Do not believe we need anything forward there for committee directives, so we will move into our 145 discussion here, our state construction responses to committee inquiries from our last meeting. Director Vincent, the floor is yours. And it looks like Ms. Sanderson is going to join you.
Mr. Chair, we will be having Laura and John come on up here, because then we can just roll right into your next items. If you, is that me? If you don't mind, on the 145 responses, other ones, I'd like to talk about the timeline for the new rules first, if I may, because the others kind of roll together.
That would be great. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, well, you've included in your packet the overview of the timeline for the new rules. As you know, the rules, the emergency rules for the commission were promulgated because of the consolidated being taken off the capacity condition. What we've done to date is we have initially requested for public comment. It was sent out, our first one on August 11th. We provided a link to the emergency and regular rules are posted on our website. We put an FAQ sheet out there about them, why they are what they are. Excuse me. And then we also put a Google form out there for online comments. We followed that up and we used a Gov delivery blast that we sent out to school districts and other education entities. We have since then sent out a second blast on September 12th, a few days ago. And then we will, I'm sorry, the second one was on August 31st. And then 2 days ago would have been our third blast that we put out there. We realize that districts are trying to come back from the summer and open the school doors, and this might not be the first thing on their mind right now. And so that's why we want to give an opportunity. The other thing in the timeline that I put together deliberately is giving districts time until October 1st to submit, and then discussing it with the commission, and then timing it where it comes back to select one more time again in case you have input or comments for us. And then we would roll into the November commission meeting, the last one of the year. And that's where the commission would either adopt new rules, or if there's too many things outstanding that can't be resolved, they would then do their second and final 120-day on the emergency extension. And then we would pick this back up in the first meeting of the commission in 2024, which is February, which falls within the context of the 120 days. So there's a timeline, I won't read it to you, but it's laid out on when districts can engage and what we're going to do, and all the way through them being approved. I will tell you that one district to date with 3 blasts going out has submitted, just one. And but I know of 2 or 3 that say they were waiting for us to publish the schedule, and then they were very busy getting wrap-up summer projects done and opening the school doors. So we anticipate more coming. And we're going to keep encouraging that input. And I'll stand for any questions.
I will certainly go out on record here as well from the chairman's seat that highly encourage school districts. This is the chance, right? This is what we heard over and over and over when the emergency rules came out was we had no notification, we had no notification, we had no notification. Well, now you have the notification. Let's make sure that school districts are out there hearing this and that they are submitting the comments. I also hope that, you know, the comments are certainly heeded and taken into consideration as you guys develop those. My only thought on that committee before I hop on there, is there any discussions on the rules? Okay, my only thought process on there is that does leave a couple of weeks kind of leeway between the end of November and January. About 6 weeks, I believe, if I remember right. What's the expectation on that? Do these roll back and sit as the original rules? Because we're no longer underneath the emergency rule process. I guess I'm trying to understand exactly how all this would ultimately lay down.
So, Mr. Chair, make sure I understand the question. If the commission does not adopt new rules in the November meeting or in the February meeting, because they would adopt it the latest in the February meeting per statute. They get 120-day extension off the current 120-day.
Okay,
So they will be adopting in February, if not November.
okay.
Yeah.
And just to make sure I also understand, the rules that you guys have published, I have not had a chance to look through them. They're basically a mirror, a very similar mirror of what you guys published for the emergency rules. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Director, I see nothing else up here on this side, so I will let you continue on through the rest of your discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you go to page 15 in our smaller handout packet, I'm going to roll this to Laura to start, and I'm thinking, I asked John to come up here too. I'm thinking based on the questions we might get, all three of us are going to be ready to respond to what you might have here. And then when we get deeper into the preparation of the FCA, FCI, and how it looks differently than the one from 2016. We have our consultants here who will come up and join on the end. We'll step Laura back, John will come over, and then we will handle any of the questions you want, and then we'll bring our three back up to close out with any budget questions that you may have.
Okay. Just for the record, if you'll please, I don't think we got you the last time. So if we can get you this time, that would be great, Laura. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. My name is Laura Anderson. I am the Finance and Operations Administrator for the State Construction Department. In starting, we just wanted to do a little bit of an overview of what capacity and condition are and go over some of the terms that are used, because I realize we have some very seasoned members of the commission, but we also have the committee, we also have some newer members that may not be familiar with those terms that you're looking at when you see the different reports. So we thought we'd kind of start there, if that's all right. First of all, per statute, the School Facilities Commission is required to establish two remediation schedules to present to this committee. One is based on condition and one is based on capacity. So the schedule for condition provides a list of all the buildings in the most recent condition scores from the assessment, and which is the most recent one was conducted in the fall of 22 and done in the spring of 23. There are two scores related to that assessment. The first is called the FCA score. You'll see that and hear that a lot as the discussion goes forward. That is considered the Facility Condition Assessment Score, and it scores the individual components of the facility, such as the HVAC or the boilers or those individual components that we've discussed. The other score that you'll hear a lot about is called the FCI, which is the Facility Condition Index score, and that scores the building holistically as a whole building, what their score is, from poor to, I think, very good. It's a 5, excellent. It's a 5 score system from like 1 to 5. Then as we move down into capacity is a little bit different because the School Facilities Commission is also responsible to assess the adequacy of the buildings in relation to the number of students that occupy them. So in relation to that, there are several terms that you'll see throughout the capacity schedules that might be interesting to you. The first is the grade configuration. So the grade configuration generally refers to things that you're used to hearing: elementary school, middle school, junior high, those sorts of things. But there are other grade configurations as well. You might hear like a K through 12 or a K through 8. So when you see that, that's what that's referring to. The next is the room usage. So the room usage is the actual usage of the space, and that varies year to year based on what the district needs. They may have a bubble of a large group of students that are going through that as they move through, they may need an extra third grade class, and then the next year they need an extra fourth grade class to accommodate that same bubble of kids. So that varies from year to year. And we work with the districts in collaboration. And just so you know, there's over actually 10,000 different combinations that we use for the utilization of that space. So I'm not going to cover all of those, but just so you know that we do accommodate all the different combinations that we possibly can with the schools in trying to mark the usage of that building appropriately, or that classroom. The next is the unrestricted capacity versus the restricted capacity. So the unrestricted capacity, if you think about it in the most simple terms, is literally how many students can the space realistically hold? And this is determined by a historical square footage per student calculation. And then the restricted capacity is more a determination of how many students should the space hold. So the SFC has set a limit on the number of students that are counted in a classroom, even though the room may be able to handle more students due to its size. So if you think about this in simple terms again, if you're looking at a group of kindergartners, you don't want, just because the classroom holds 40, you don't want to stick 40 kindergarten students in there with one teacher, because that would be really overwhelming for the teacher and for the children. So we try and restrict that capacity so it's an appropriate size for the kids that are being taught. Special ed is another one where you would restrict the capacity because you want to make sure that they're getting appropriate ratios to the students to the teacher, if that makes sense to everyone. The next term that we would talk about is the utilization rate. This is actually set forth in statute in 2115-117, and this refers to how much of the school building is actually utilized for educational purposes. So in elementary schools, it's calculated 100% due to that statute. And in an elementary school, even in a classroom where you have a group of kids, say fourth graders, that are in a classroom, their homeroom where they get taught, if they up and move, they go to the art room, which is called like a pull-out space. But that art room, no one else is, while they're in the art room, no one else is utilizing their classroom. It's their home classroom. So we consider that the capacity, and that pull-out space that the next hour you may have fifth graders in there, that is not necessarily counted towards capacity because it's rotating. Does that make sense? The kids are counted in the classroom where they generally are. So in a junior high or a high school, though, the calculation is at 85%. I think the best way to kind of consider this is because unlike the elementary school kids where they're in one classroom all the time, those kids are moving from classroom to classroom. So if you had a classroom that was generally used by an English teacher, for example, and that English teacher has a planning period, and they're out of that classroom can still be used the next hour. Perhaps a Spanish class is in there. And so that classroom is being used by a Spanish class, a teacher to teach that other methodology. So that classroom is still being utilized. Does that make sense to everybody? So those are the general terms that you'll see as we go through some of those reports. And I just wanted to make sure that we start with a basic foundation before we move into any details. Any questions on any of that I could answer? No? I'll turn that back over to Director Vincent then.
So on page 17, and John and I stand for questions, we've started to lay out, based on the capacity and condition, we have our educational projects in order through a 5-year FCI, and then we have our non-educational, and that goes up until page 27. And then what Laura just spoke to is we have page 28 begins capacity by district.
So I do have a quick question on the first one. The very first item actually is Albany 1's, the central cafeteria. What is that, I guess? Is that a facility where kids are eating and or is that a place where they're developing the meals and then shipping them out to the district? What is the central cafeteria?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I would have to defer on that until I had a chance to do more research. My understanding is that's the general area where they cook the food for the students, but it is classified in our AIM system as an educational facility, so.
Okay. That's my biggest reason why I'm asking that is I'd like to know whether it is technically education or not. I think that's if it's an AIM that way, but looking at it, to me, it doesn't seem like it would be educational.
I might be able to look it up.
Senator Office.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's classified that way. And based on what I think it is, I don't think it's an educational space, so that is worth going back and taking a look at. I'm pretty sure I know where that's at, and I think they prepare their meals there for distribution around the district, unless it's not what I think it is.
That is, Mr. Chair, that is our understanding of the classification. So if it's anything that, that serves the student from the either prepare or heat and serve and transfers over, that's our understanding of how it falls in the educational area.
So it would classify as education?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
All right. I will let you continue on unless there's any other questions at this point for Director John? Not at this point, okay?
Okay, and Mr. Chair, one of the things that, at this point, I did not want to read this list to you. I didn't know if you was questions about how this was prepared, or, I mean, that was a very good question we started off with here, because we can come back to projects and how we score them in our FCI overview of Bureau Veritas. And then at the end of Laura's annual report and into John and I budget report, we'd be touching back on some of these projects again. So
I guess my next question is are these stack ranked then as prioritizations, or are these just the scores? Is this the prioritized list? Is this what you guys are recommending, or is this what you guys recommended to the commission as the recommendations for the for prioritization, or are these just stack ranked scores?
yeah, and John, you can also respond. These are what you'll see when you step down through our budget. It follows this order here.
100%, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think, I want to take a deeper dive into this and take a look at it, but I think it's possible that what might be happening here is this might be a building that serves both purposes. If you look a little further down the list on Niobrara 1, I know that we've got a maintenance facility there that also houses some educational space for their VOAG shop. So I don't know that that's the case here. We'll definitely do a deeper dive into this and check it out, but I'm not sure how it ended up on this list if it's not classified as an education.
Well, and we'll wait to hear back from you guys on that one. I could go through this list and pick it apart on multiple areas, at least just in my district alone. And one of the ones that I see up there is Buffalo Ridge Elementary School. And I know that Buffalo Ridge just went through a multi-million-dollar renovation. I've already had this discussion with the director. Regardless of the fact if the district did not provide anything, I still find it very hard that the site assessment found that is going to be in 5 years needing to be basically completely gutted and replaced after a multi-million-dollar renovation. Yeah, and it's for the committee, I think you're number 5 or 6 down on the list. And I mean, you're not going to find very many legislators that are going to come up here and say, please don't put another school in my district. It's not one of those. But I think the explanation that was given to me, if maybe you can explain that to the committee, that when Bureau Veritas did their assessment, they asked for information on the site, and if they weren't given it, this was just kind of peeking behind the walls, looking at the assessment. I guess maybe I'm still not sold on that.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, and maybe we should just exit to them going over how they prepare what they do, and come back to this so there's an understanding. What this is doing, and I met, excuse me, I met with the district regarding Buffalo Ridge. The system takes into account, and you have a report in front of you, and then we also will do a comparison to the methodology of 2016 that the consultant will step through. It's early flag. So in the old system, it was a static report that was from 0.60 down and was delivered. And if you weren't picked 0.60, you weren't in the money. So what this does is the reverse approach is to start to look at things at a 0.30, 0.35, and have a conversation if what was seen visually, what the life cycle of that equipment is, and if it fails in the 3 to 5 to 6 to 7 or whatever, this would be that cost if that happened. So it's that early warning system where we start to meet with the district and say, almost as though, like say Buffalo Ridge, if we already had this system in place, if we had not had this conversation, and you already spent $2-3 million out there, And we think there's another 6 or 7 million that's going to be coming up within the next 10 years or sooner. Should we be taking a hard look at that so we're spending, state money the best? And that's the concept. That's probably the main concept where this is different than before. We also had a consultant point out about no less than a dozen ways that this was configured differently than the past. And we certainly welcome, I think I like that idea. I don't know if I like that idea. And I'll just tell you another one, because I just happened to see the school district here. When I first got here, Converse One talked to me about their playground equipment. Average playground equipment cost is $250,000 to $450,000. None of that was assessed in the previous 2 assessments. It was building only. And here we take into account the drainage. Excuse me. We look at the playground equipment, the fencing, the drainage, anything that is failing on that site, which should factor in its score, which should factor itself into a component project so these can be addressed. A district the size of Converse is not going to be able to go out and replace $450,000 of playground equipment and then also address ADA issues and everything else with those apparatus equipments that are out there. So if you would like, because then we can come back to this list, we can get into how the FCA and FCI was comprised through the consultant. We can then get into, we're ready to tee it up here and log into the Zoom meeting here, the differences that have been notated and observed between this and the 2016. And I just think we put it out there and we stand for everyone's questions.
So I guess my other question is what we received the first time around, what you guys talked about compared to what we've seen this time, there's been some changes. And I guess my ultimate thing is I look at those changes seem to have been from the noisiest, squeakiest wheels, we'll call it. A few of those areas have gotten the grease on the bearings. Did you guys go or hear from any other school districts out there, some of the smaller school districts, about their facility condition assessment? I know we heard from multiple of the larger districts, and my understanding from that leads to be that the larger school districts have somebody that they can lean on this 100% of the time, and they can focus on this. Some of these smaller school districts probably got this report, looked at it, and went, I've got 17 other things going on today. I'll get to this when I can. Have you guys heard from other school districts, and have you guys done follow-up assessments to remedy some of the concerns that these smaller school districts have had?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And we have not. We've been slowly, we talked with our project managers on the K-12 side to start reaching out to their school districts, informing them what we're doing. We are going to have Bureau Veritas do an actual video tutorial on what all this is and drop it on our web and send it out so they can walk through it in their own way. It might look like these changed because of 3 squeaky voices, but the fact is 3 squeaky voices got at this first and brought it up, which led to Bureau Veritas going back, and they can explain it better than I, and saying that when they first got ready to go out for FCAs, the assessment on the building, they had plugged square foot numbers and into their program, and then you come back and you update that with the actual cost per our cost estimators and everything. There's an algorithm that was supposed to go take it and run it all and have it kick out, and they had trouble with that algorithm, and they can explain that. It's just the 3 districts who did the dive are the first ones who saw it. So it might look like we're responding to them, but that's not the case. So that does beg the question, when we look down at the Goshen ones and some of the others, that we want to get together these districts and confirm what we see and confirm what they think they have going on in their facility. Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again, whether it was Bureau Veritas or someone else, any consultant was going to be put under the gun from when we were funded after 8 years versus finishing. They ran into it on the FCA, snow fell. And then they ran into the FCI in June when we had to quickly do first blush to the commission, then to yourselves, and then back again for a September 1 drop. So we will apologize, but we also, part of that we couldn't control anyway. So what we're doing is the follow-up, even scrubbing some of the Bureau Veritas data and how it pulls itself and imports into AIM, let alone checking them with the school districts. So we think that some of these are, actually we're flagging back in 2016, some are now. We didn't see a reason for some of these, and the ones that we did have verified, not to be budgeted. They won't be funded, they won't be approved until we finish either our self-performing diligence or our Mercer study consultant diligence, and then they would go forward. But as we can talk about later, a lot of that diligence will be done within 3 weeks to February, and we thought it was disingenuous at large to tell someone in February. The good news is we have all the backup that confirms what we thought in September, but now we'll see you in 27, 28, because we did not drop you into a budget stream. And we can talk more about that later.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take a stab at this, and this, I've spent quite a bit of time leading up to this meeting, trying to sort through in my mind where we are. And I think it's important maybe to state publicly that part of the trepidation of our select committee, and I think I speak for many on the committee, is the fact that we're moving in a completely different direction. And anything that we go forward with as a recommendation from a budget standpoint, we've got to defend. And so when we get a second list right after the first one, and it's different, and it's got names of schools on there that we haven't seen before, that's why I think we've got to have some due diligence to just dig and try to understand. Because it's, for us to take this out on the chamber floor, we all know how difficult it is to pass a school facilities budget to begin with. And so I hope that helps all in the room to understand that's where the committee is at this point. We've got to be able to really hone in and trust this, because if we take that out on the chamber floor and we've got a Trona County building that comes out ahead of a Campbell County building, which is ahead of a Laramie One building, we've just got to be able to defend it, or it's really going nowhere. And I hope that makes sense. And I guess, Director, anything you could comment on that will help the committee to get there on this new way of doing things would be really helpful as we go. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair and Senator, it makes perfect sense. I've been uncomfortable with this whole process because it's out of alignment. You know, if you think about our conversations with the districts from when we were approved for funding to do this study, and then we typically would have stopped after FCA, met with districts, say this is what they saw, they didn't get information, they did get information, do you have anything else? We would look at it and ask the consultant for their own QA, QC on this, and then we would have rolled into FCI. It would have been done by, say, April of the year, because now we have a condition assessment that's done. Then we meet with school districts to do our every other year facility plan meeting. And it's only so effective with them because it doesn't have a score, because the FCI isn't done. Then the FCI is done before we can communicate it, different way or not, you know, to all the groups, commission, districts here. We have this September 1 budget drop looking in front of us. And this year, because of the way the 95 million rolled out and the stipulations on it, we actually had to prepare a double budget drop. And so I just think a lot of this out of alignment. I understand what you're saying, and I guess if you're looking for that comfort level, is that we can just double down between here and your next meeting to meet with the districts, not 605 of these, but the ones that we know are going to come into the money on both ends of the budget ones and get them verified. Actually, while John and the consultants were working on a lot of this, I headed out around Wyoming. And some of you may have heard about that, and I was trying to confirm as many of these as I could on my own.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up, we had talked up in Gillette, Director, about those with the greatest disparity. Were those the ones you were targeting as you tried to get out around the state a little bit? You remember we had some facilities that in 2016 were listed in the top 10, for example, and it dropped as far as to number 50 on the new assessment. And the request that we kind of considered at the Gillette meeting was, can we take a special look at those buildings that had the most disparity? one direction or the other, just to see why there was that much disparity. Have you had a chance to begin to look at those with the biggest number disparity?
Mr. Chair, Senator Landon, yes and no. We haven't had a chance to begin that. No, we have not completed all that work.
I think I'm going to tack on, I appreciate what the vice chairman is saying, and I think I'll echo completely what he's saying about selling this, right? I think that's probably the biggest thing, is having that discussion. But I think one of the questions that strikes me more than anything else is, as I go through the list that you guys have listed here, as we look at the budget, and we can talk about this when we get to the budget a little bit later, I think Campbell County High School is listed here on a 5-year FCI, and it's way down here, right? I think it's 58. Maybe just for future reference, have them numbered. It might be helpful. It's hard to count, but 58, 59, something like that. But we have that listed in this upcoming budget, right? And so I guess an explanation of that, something that I can take back to my floor and explain, hey, we're not doing 1 through 58 or 1 through 57, but we are doing number 58. It's more helpful for me to have some understanding and some guidance on that, why we chose that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and that's fair. You're flagging at that number per a full building remedy. We're talking with you about this because you have 10 to 20 million in the next 5 to 8 years or more of major component things that are going wrong with the school. Same exact thing as with Rock Springs High School. Same exact thing. We could give them 8 million right now and they would return it and say, I don't know what I do with it. The sewer's too poor for that. And that's where we've slipped on that 8-year gap of performing this, where we have lost contact with these folks and getting back in again. So the reason we're having conversations, you'll see later, regarding Campbell County High and Rock Springs High, is we're at that first go, no-go decision that possibly where Buffalo, Ridge, may have ended up, where we are about to sink 6 to 15, 18 million over the next 5, 6, 8 years into infrastructure. And does that make sense? When you also have other things in that building and site, and the building's tired in general and failing, does that make sense? And I'm actually leaving from here to go up to Gillette tonight, and we are engaging in more of those conversations with the district tomorrow. How can we come back in a meaningful way that says, if we renovated the existing school, it'll cost $20 million, or 24 modular buildings for 5 years. It's going to take longer to get around. Water, power, sewer, lease payments, we don't get any of that back, right? And so what's that cost mean to, should we repair, replace? When we tear down the existing school, what's that cost mean? Because somewhere we have to leave some portion of that facility, and the same with Rock Springs behind, because that is where their central kitchen is, that serves the district. And also some sports areas that actually aren't in those bad of shapes because of the rec mill money that they'll be able to have. So that's the deep dive that we're trying to do to justify what these two are and where they align. The other thing that we'll talk about later is just in general, the reason I thought I had those in the other considerations was when Natrona came through, it was in its own biennium and we had money. And when Laramie High School came through, it was in its own biennium and we had money. And now we're at the $488 or higher for high school cost. And even if these are renovate, they're going to be in the 130 to 140 million. And if they're in the tear down, they're around 160 some. And then we still have to do some portion of demo of the existing one. And these are big deals, and that's why they're there. So to me, they transcend the score, because also being large high schools, if you gave them money tomorrow, it'll be 5 years before they cut a ribbon on the inside. And so that's what I was trying to do with those. But you're right. How do you sell that in an elevator soundbite, right? That's where you get with some of the elected officials who have nothing to do with education. And we'll do our best to put that brief together on why that is.
Yeah, certainly, I think, we're starting to get a better grasp on this. But even the members of this committee have been here for 14, 16 years. struggling with the changes on this and what that's going to mean and how, frankly, we're going to be able to carry a budget forward into the budget session for school facilities. So Senator Office, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to note the Rock Springs High School challenges and the fact that when we contemplate, all right, can we patch something up or should we just look to the long-term solution? You know, we had Rock Springs High School before us with a solution, a remote campus, and at the time we discussed, all right, well, what really is the most cost-effective remedy? Should we take that piece of land that they have and basically contemplate an entirely new school? At the time, the suggestion was no, everything's fine. We just need this satellite school. And we went along with that, and here we are, and it feels like it was about 20 minutes ago when we had that conversation, but I'm sure it was more like 7 years. This is something we should contemplate when we're looking at any of our high school projects, whether it's up in Campbell County or any of the Laramie High School, or excuse me, the Laramie County high schools. I think we need to be realistic about the long-term total cost of ownership on these projects and not just look for quick patchwork solutions, but really think through, all right, this change buys us 10 more years, 20 more years. How long does it actually buy us? Because I think we're doing a disservice to future legislatures if we just put patches and Band-Aids on problems now and aren't realistic about what the underlying costs and challenges are going to be in the long run. So I just wanted to put that out there because I'm just disappointed to be having to address Rock Springs High School again after we just addressed it several years ago. In fact, it was one of the more recent high schools we looked at, funded, and now we're chatting about it again.
And I'll just back that up secondarily. It's one of my concerns about the East High School recommendation in the budget, and we'll get to that a little later, but very similar in nature, right? There's considerations that we may have short memories up here, but a lot of those out there on the floor have really good long-term memories. And they can remember these things a heck of a lot better than a lot of us can, and we even serve on this committee. But Senator McCune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understood what you said. We have this list, and it's a prioritized list based on the FCAs and the FCIs. And everything's in order. But now we're going to take a school that's 58th or whatever number and bump it ahead. I think I heard you say it was outside the FCI, FCA scope because of long-term stuff. So my question is the FCI, FCA thing we use to make this list broken if we're going to pull schools off a certain number and put them ahead? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and Mr. Chair, and that's why I thought maybe we should go to the overall assessment. A couple of things. Yeah, Senator, that's close. There's a list based on full building score, the health of the building overall. In our component lists, we know that some of these, no matter where their score is, like Rock Springs, like Campbell County High, that are in line and will be qualifying for, over the next 6 or 8 years, large multi-million-dollar fixes to pieces of the school. And what we're trying to do is put that into an early flag or into a study of at what point do you stop fixing this thing and go to a new. So you have a list that we work off of, and then there's these considerations that come up because, again, if we just funded straight down an order like this, some of these big ones, they have a large dollar amount to them, and I just think they need a little bit more consideration and study on our end in order to make a recommendation to you. So please.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my point, why aren't those considerations in how the list is developed already? I guess I'm really asking, are we dealing with something that, and I won't say broken, but definitely less than ideal, as we prioritize, and we have to explain this to our constituents, and it moves around, I'm not sure we have the right model. Well, what would you say to that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director?
Mr. Chair, I'd say you're correct to feel that way. I don't think the model is broken. This is a response to, since I got here, just about every commission, every committee, any district I've talked to say the way we've been doing it in the past is not working. We don't like the outcome of it. It's subjective. It doesn't measure enough individual details like the HVAC and the plumbing and what have you. And so when we were doing our interviews and when this firm said that that's the kind of thing that they do, it looked like we would be able to work with commissions, committees, districts on assessing individual components. We could see when the components were dropping over time instead of a static report. We could either have decisions for appropriators and when to find more money or not. And then also that we had a rolling picture of when should we stop spending money on this, like a used vehicle, and it's a transmission, and it's a starter, and after a while, when should we just stop and get a new truck? And so that's what the system is rolling out. I think that if there's questions of this system, I'd rather have our consultants explain what you have in front of you and a couple of the differences between the 16 now, and then all of us can engage in questions again if you'd like to do so.
Okay, hold on just a second. We'll go to Senator Rothfuss and then to Representative.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address Senator McEwen's question a little bit in addition, because one of the things about the FCI score is it doesn't talk about the urgency of any of the specific problems with the school. It only talks about the cost of repairing whatever is an outstanding consideration relative to the cost of the total facility. So that's what the FCI score is, right? The numerator is how much does it cost to repair all of the outstanding deficiencies. The denominator is what is the value of the asset. And so obviously when you have a very high score, then you really do start thinking, all right, well, it's replacement time. But just because you have a lower score doesn't mean you don't have a critical emergent need. And when you think about a high school as a great example where we'll say it's a $150 million school, $30 million worth of required repair to have the school fully functional is only a 0.2. It's a 20% FCI score.
Correct.
So when you start thinking about one of the situations we're looking at up in Campbell County where you have the sewer and plumbing failing and the estimated costs are around $10 million or whatever it ends up being, there's a lot of disparity around that. It still ends up seeing a relatively low FCI total score because when you look at that cost of repair relative to the total cost of the building, it's on the small side, but it doesn't mean you don't have, you don't have the toilets backing up. The toilets are still backing up. So we probably put too much stock into the FCI score. If you're right near the top, yeah, well, hell's breaking loose, you probably need to replace that school. But we tend to think that if you're not at the top, you don't have enough problems that we need to worry about it. And I think that's where it's oversimplified in the legislature, that we think, well, if you're not in the top 10 schools, you don't have a problem we need to contemplate. But if the roof is, if you don't have a roof, maybe that's a 0.2 on the FCI score, but you still don't have a roof. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just couldn't explain that better. The FCA and the FCI is a beginning point as a key indicator so we can start asking questions, what is going on out there? And that's exactly what we do. So even the ones that are put forth, they're put forth because their score is in that range where we start engaging with the districts or a consultant and say, is this true what we are seeing? I just wanted to cover what Senator Rothfuss said, Mr. Chair, about Rock Springs High. Yeah, we weren't here 7 years ago. It sounds like there were some political decisions. The buildings talk to us. The building, the existing Rock Springs High tells me if it's tired or not. I can't extricate that from politics, but what I can tell you in talking to both Campbell County and Sweetwater, and I think Representative Harshman covered this, these are schools that have over 100,000 square feet more than what they need. So if that remedy ends up being a tear down, It would actually right-size that back into about 230,000, 225,000 square feet of new. And we want each one to add a couple hundred students growth to that. Why would you build and open at capacity, right? And that's what we're trying to right-size with this, if that's it. The thing that worries me about schools, from my past K-12 background, they're the largest facility of the middle, elementary and high. They're the highest cost per square feet, and they take the longest duration to build. So they're going to escalate and inflate all by themselves. And then if we don't tell you about these schools and we just roll to 27, 28, and if there's no account to put something in or whatever while we're doing termination, you can very, very easily take a large high school and have it inflate over $10 to $15 million by the time you're ready to do something. So that's me bringing an early warning system on these high schools to an early warning system from Bureau Veritas, specifically in talking to Sweetwater, because I guess Campbell County High has the Thunder Bay. It was sort of the same sort of story as what I'm told, right? What they would get if this went forward and it all proved out through a Mercer is the 220-some thousand square feet instead of the 335, minus the academy, which is right next door. And they're on an open lot next door because these kids, when they qualify, go back and forth. So you're melding those two together. And I just thought I was getting way ahead of myself to have that conversation. But I just wanted to answer how we're taking a look at that.
I appreciate that. And I hope that's maybe straining the muddy water a little bit to where we can see this a little clearer. But Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm struggling to understand is, in this world of subjectivity versus objectivity, the FCI score we are going to claim is an objective system. But it's the second phase that you keep talking about, the second phase that bumped up Campbell County, that bumped up Rock Springs High. I don't understand what the objective, what is the objective test that you're applying to move those up?
Sure. Cost to repair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Cost to repair, cost to replace. Large ticket items that even if you put all new plumbing in Campbell County High, even for $15 million, it's a Band-Aid for that facility. And do we want to continue to Band-Aid the facilities and throw good money at that? And so it's an early flag to me, doing this for 30 some years, that if you are flagging on an item, that's going to be extremely difficult to do with existing operations around there, all the plumbing, what have you. Then your mind starts off with, this is large component. What's cost to replace versus cost to repair? What's the operational rollout of this? They'd have to do a little bit every summer for 6, 7 years, example. And you start to put these together and say, and one of the things I was going to recommend, I don't think it needs to be in statute, but maybe in commission rule, what I wanted to go, now that we have our first one since I've been here in a study, is that large comprehensive high school should be flagging earlier than our 0.30 because of exactly everything I'm saying. The cost per square foot, it's a high dollar per square foot. It's a big square foot facility. It takes a long time to build. They inflate dramatically. And so we're trying to take a look at this and say, does this make sense to do 15 million now if in 7 more years we're going to spend, we're either going to tear down or spend another 85 or 95 to try to renovate. So those are the things I'm trying to compare. It's alongside what we're doing here, Representative Olson, but it's apart from in terms of its own analysis on cost repair or cost to replace. So,
Right. But Mr. Chairman, my question, where do I find that? Is that in rule? Is that in statute? Or is it just in your mind and you developed it? Because that's what makes it subjective. If it's here's a list that I created, and you just gave one example where you said, and maybe this should be in statute.
Sure.
Where's part 2? Where do I find that? So I can point to my colleagues on the floor and I can say, here's step 1. Step 1 is an FCI, FCA scores. Here they are. And then step 2 is found right here in rule, and here's where it's at.
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's actually in this list you have right here. It's just not to the level that a Campbell County High or a Rock Springs are. For example, we met with the district on Conestoga here. There's some things that will flag in time over there. but the school overall is in very good condition. So every one of these has an indicator that sends us out to looking at their ticket items, that if they die, when they die, should we repair, should we replace? They're just nowhere on the grand scale of a Campbell County High or a Rock Springs High. But it is, when you start to flag these, and then we roll out and do most cost-effective remedy studies on it, we're doing exactly what I'm talking about. I just call those out because they're enormous.
Okay, I don't, I think this is really important, so I'm not gonna pull back on the comments and the questions. I really think we're having good questions, and I appreciate the director answering these and getting this information, because I do think that these are gonna be the questions that we're gonna face, right? There's no doubt about it. One of the next questions that I guess I have on this is, one of the things that we've done in the past, and I think you guys remember this, I remember sitting in the Gateway Center over in Laramie, and we basically drew the line. We knew where that line was. We knew that that's where our money stopped, at this line. And that was, as Representative Olson's kind of alluding to, that was the objective truth, right? That was, we just don't have any more money. And we can go back to our colleagues and say, this is how much money we have. This is how much money we're going to do. And then we added $100 million. And so now we also want to do X, Y, and Z with that, move forward. Where is that? Where is that availability for us with this new system to objectively look at something, draw an objective line and say, we are at this point with these schools ranked and prioritization, and this is where we're going to do it. I think that's what some of the tenured members on this committee are looking for, and maybe some of the tenured members in the legislature are going to be asking for as well.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I absolutely hear what you all are saying. It's like, how do I sell this? In order, with this being done in June, we are trying to take a look at how do we project out what buildings are sick and to what point? And then how do we verify that information? You know, I tell you, I'm getting on board with where you're going on, how do we sell that? Where's that line of demarcation? So it's in here, but I think I can call that out better for you, and I can explain what this is.
Okay, and then to follow up on that is you just stated, and you've stated it multiple times, as we're looking at this, you guys are talking about finding these red flags, going out to the school districts, having these discussions with the facility managers, whatever that case may be. And we're talking about 15 million now versus 50 million in the future. Okay, that's fine. If that discussion is, let's do 15 million now, are you including that in the budget? Or are we, since it's major maintenance, we're expecting that they'll do it, but they don't necessarily have to do it because we don't have that recommendation put forward, right? So how, I guess we're putting a lot of assumptions in this new system that we've never done before. And I think that's what creates the rub for a lot of us, is if we are saying, okay, we're going to red flag this and we need to go out and talk to them, and then the school district says, well, no, we don't want to do it. Let's use Conestoga. I don't have any idea whether they want to do it or not, but what if they say they don't want to do it and they just get it in major maintenance funds and they go spend those major maintenance funds on something else? What's to stop them from doing that?
Well, first of all, it's a project by project, Mr. Chair, a project by project appropriation. They just can't take that somewhere else. Secondly, I was actually thinking about this when Senator Beitman brought that question up. Where's our teeth? How do we enforce? I can tell you that the few years I've been here, there's a variety of bodies of educational legislators who want to start putting that on districts and say, look, if I have to pay for a brand new school 8 years from now because you didn't do these items that were flagged and called out by these folks in year 1, year 2, year 3. So I know that conversation is out there. It's not for me to be involved in that. But I know there's an appetite that says if we put this forth, or even if it's not this system, a different system, we have not had a system where there's an entity, including our department, that says to the school district, thou shalt. We just haven't had that. You know, when I got here, local role, local controls explained to me, and the way it's explained to me by a seasoned legislator is, we don't want to be hypocrites. We don't like the feds telling us what to do, so we're not going to tell the locals what to do. But this is what you run into. This is exactly that nexus, and our department's stuck in the middle of that.
And I certainly, I sympathize with that. Chairman?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good questions and a good discussion. Appreciate it, Director. That just so many things on my mind that I'm just going to share a couple of things that might help the committee. And just from my perspective, I have another veteran sitting next to me. We lost our former chairman down at the end, but I don't know that you're ever going to erase all of what some people might call subjectivity in an effort like this. And I'll use a couple of examples to help maybe explain. And that is, sometimes, no matter what the system is, you're going to have an outlier. And 10 Sleep School is a great example. It's a little school up there in the Bighorn Basin that took such good care of itself that it was a 1932 building where you had to duck to get through the doors. And finally, it took this committee saying, you know what? It just isn't right that that's never risen to the level that gets it on the list. And so we made that decision to go forward with a rebuild on 10 Sleep School. And I think that's a great example. I think, Director, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's part of where you're going with this. And I'm willing to try to get there as well. It just that if we're going to start setting aside monies for these big projects, we have to understand that it's probably going to bump one of these top 10 right here. Does that make sense, how I described
Mr. Chair, Senator, it makes perfect sense. And you're explaining the difficulty in K-12, and you're explaining the difficulty in our, post-1997, our 2001, 2002, modern day rules compared to old. It creates outliers. Like one of the things that we're examining under the Emergency Rule Chapter 3, Section 8, we look at Teton 1 saying we have a capacity and an overcrowding issue. Well, we can go and look at all of our formulas and see where they're at. It's like, yep, you're in there, but there's also some folks ahead of you. And then we can look at, for whatever reason by design, because that is not that old of a school, 25 years or so, for high school kids that are well over 6 foot, they have 8 foot wide sidewalks for most of them, 8 foot wide hallways when that passing bell goes off. That doesn't show up in the box score anywhere, but we have to address that. You heard Representative Harshman say that we have pre-97s where the hallways are 25 feet wide. 2 cars can pass and not even scrape their mirrors, and that's in an elementary school. In Jackson High School, we have hallways that are 8 feet wide and the kids are over 6 feet tall. What do we do with that? Is there an allowance for that? These are outliers. Right? We have the outliers like what Senator Landon mentioned with that don't generate capacity any longer. There are legacy, there are inherited facilities where Riverton High School did not have the auditorium. You have Platte 1 school district, I keep wanting to call it Platte High, but I know it's not Platte High, the high school. Wheatland High, thank you. I will get it straight one day. Wheatland High. It was built as standalone buildings. And I was up there in January. These kids in t-shirts walk back and forth to their outside, to their next building, next class and next building. But because of our system on condition and capacity, it doesn't generate walkways to tie in between all these buildings. It doesn't generate that. And that's an outlier. And that's why you don't see it here at this time, but you're correct in what you're saying, because you've been on this a long time. We are going to have outliers. And if we don't address them, which is what I'm trying to do and what I was asked to do when I got here, you guys are going to address them. And you're going to pluck someone here, you're going to bring them up, and you're going to drop them in, and everybody else is going to say, you didn't follow the rule, you didn't follow the ordering. So I'm putting this together in a way that I think is, if you take it out on the floor today, since we just dropped the budget a few weeks ago, it's going to be difficult to explain. And I'm willing to do my best to clear up any of that ambiguity. And that's my commitment to you guys. I really don't know what else I can say, beyond that.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up, really appreciate that last statement because I think that would be extremely helpful. And both an assurance from our commission that they're completely knowing and completely sold and ready to back us on this. I would like for, you're never going to get 100%, that's for sure, but I'm hoping out across that our districts become more comfortable with where we're going with this. You know, I think that as we move to the end of today and looking forward to a budget, I think for me, I'm going to need a little bit more backup for what we list in a budget. Specific projects, it just feels like we need to do a little bit more deep diving just to make sure that we're leaning against a rock and not a willow tree. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Mr.
I'm going to
Chair.
follow up on that just briefly as well, because it's not just, we just have to address this 800-pound gorilla in the room as well, that we're in the middle of a litigation situation where we have been charged as a legislature as well as the executive branch for not providing enough money for schools, right? And so we also have to do what's defensible. We have to make sure that what we're doing is being done in the correct and viable way that we can go back to the courts underneath strict scrutiny and say, what we did was correct. There was a reason why we plucked this number from here and we moved it up to here. And it has to be a defensible, not just a, we feel like this was causing some errors or we feel like this was a good idea. We feels aren't going to work, right? And I think that's one of the things that we as a committee, we're battling with as well, is it's not just selling it on the floor, it's selling it to the court of law in the middle of a litigation lawsuit, so.
Thank you. Understood.
Office.
Just, and following up on that, though, one concern is we want the answer to then be simple so that we've got a list like we have here and we pick the top 20 and that's what we go with. That's not defensible, right? A simple answer regrettably isn't defensible. I mean, the fact that, you know, I see a wood shop pretty high on this list. Somewhere below that wood shop is probably a critical functioning unit like a boiler or a roof or an HVAC. In an entire building, you know, but we're going to go down the list in order because it's easier that way. So we end up fixing a wood shop instead of providing the roof. It's easier to defend on the floor if it's simple that, hey, we've got a list in order, we picked the top 20. But the reality is that that's an absurd way to do it. And this list and any list that's produced is going to have nuances about prioritization based on health and safety that have to come first, capacity, the types of things that are critical, but the FCI score, the FCA score, nothing that we look at really addresses criticality. We had the discussion about address your 1s and 2s first, as far as your critical functioning units of the school, make sure that those are addressed before you look at other things. And so that's still an underlying message, but it's a level of detail that's hard to bring to the floor. So I don't know that there's an easy answer, regrettably, and there shouldn't be, because it really is a subjective and complex system with a finite amount of resources backing it, where we have to figure out what the appropriate response is to make sure that we're protecting health, safety, equity, and all of the other factors, instead of just a simple list.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Senator Rothfuss, thank you for that. When you step through these lists, even like on the non-educational, because we do take a look at warm, safe, dry, and educational when we go through here. And if that gets subjective, then yes, because when you look at the non-educational, you can have somebody at a 0.95 with their press box in rough shape. So should we do that? So we just, we can do that. We would love that. Boy, we'd get off the hook in a heartbeat, man. That is very easy. We pay him to do it and we stick it out there and we walk away. We go home at 5. But we don't do that because of this. This is exactly the issue that you're talking about. Could we give you the full backup and justification down to the dollar? Absolutely. We have Mercers and we have cost estimators and we have a booklet this thick. and that project doesn't move forward, you can guarantee it down to the dime, and we're not going to stick that into the biennial budget after 27, 28 because of the diligence. We're not whining about it. We're ready to step into that space. We're just saying, you're never going to get a list that's finite. That's why you guys have had to pluck and move. That's why districts have had to lobby. It'll never be there. We're not crying about it. We're ready to step into that space, but it is a difficult space, and I don't want to feel like our department is solely responsible for that, because we got here through everyone's efforts, right? And that's why, and it wasn't just us, and it wasn't the people in our department before us.
No, you're spot on there. We all had our hands in this one, so. Vice Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just to follow up on that, Director, well stated. I think what would be extremely helpful to all of us as we move toward development of a budget that we all feel like we can go forward with is, if not lacking the ability for complete objectivity or a list that's in concrete, it would be very helpful if we have as much justification on each of these projects as we possibly can get, because each one of them has to stand based on why you and the commission are bringing them forward to us, because really, we're going to carry the water from there.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Senator, absolutely. If we could back this whole thing up, and I just keep saying that, I was ready to produce a book, and I'll just see how fast I can do that now, a book that if there are 20 projects under 95 million, and there are 38 projects, not just a component underneath it, the 25, 26, it is its story. It is its 3 or 4 paragraph story for every single one of them. Drop it on a 50-page binder and get it to you guys. And that's what I'm hearing, and I'm already making my own notes. We need the stories behind this, right? And not just a list. So thank you very much.
Committee, any further discussion on the topics as we've kicked this horse a few times?
Mr. Chair, I think John would like to add something here.
Please, John.
He's been far too quiet. Go ahead and put the cameras on the focus and the heat over there for a moment.
John, please.
Mr. Chairman, I've been able to pull up a little more information on that particular facility that started this whole conversation. So originally in 1964, this building served as a cafeteria and kitchen for the high school. Now it's primarily used to serve and prepare food for multiple remote locations. And so incorrectly, it's listed in the database for the assessment as an educational building. I just wanted to clear up that it in fact is not listed as an educational building in AIM, only in this report and on this list. But also, I think one thing that I'd like to point out is most of our facilities have food preparation areas included in them that are considered educational spaces within those buildings. Now, this one doesn't necessarily have students within the building, but it is still serving the same purpose where it's preparing for students. So not saying that necessarily that designation needs to change, but that might be something for consideration.
John, I appreciate that. And I actually had, I sent an email while we were sitting up here to our staff and asked them to take a look at it. And it is interesting because as you look at it, it is not listed in major maintenance as an educational facility either. And so while I recognize what you're saying, I think that there's value to that. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language, right? So.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for the mistake in the list. It appears that that's exactly what it is, and I'm just not familiar with all the buildings in the state. So.
You're telling me you're missing that, what is it? 600 and some odd buildings and a couple million square feet. You're not familiar with every inch of it, all right?
Right.
Director, did you have something else?
I was ready to move on to your next responses to committee inquiries if you were ready.
That's where we were headed, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so page 35, you'll see in our handout here that we were asked to provide all the district facility plans. Obviously, that is voluminous. So what we did is we included a link on page 35 to those. And We also shared them out with the commission as well. This resides on our website. And then starting on page 36, we did the overall commentary of what took place during those. They're all televised, they're all audio recorded, they're on our website in addition to this. If somebody really had the time and wanted to go back and look at all that and listen to all that. But what we did is a recap summary of what the major issues were that were going on. I can tell you that if you wanted a summary of the summary, if you're looking at pages 36 through 37, 36 and 37, very little flagged within the district. We had districts telling us, I think we're going to mothball a facility. We're going to be turning in something to have either a parcel of land that we'd like to get rid of, but no one was coming in during that time frame and saying, hair on fire, the bridge is out, and that's what the summary category is saying. We'll stand for any questions on that.
And am I correct to assume, I guess, for the committee up here, that's really not the place and the time for something like that to occur anyways? Those are the long-range forecasts. This is what our plans are the next 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
It's not, my hair's on fire right now, where's the water?
That's exactly right. We shouldn't be hearing about that in a facility plan meeting, right? If there's something going on a site, they should be conveying that to their project manager, who's in their district often. This is to take a look at what's ahead, what's coming up ahead. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next one that you asked us to report back out on is on page 38. How many times and what projects and where did we spend some design money? How much might that be? And then, and underneath this transportation center for Campbell County, we're using a construction management division phrase in here when it refers to a level 1, level 2 study. That's on our CMD division side of the house, but we're doing the equivalent of that. We're doing what's called feasibility and looking into it. So in case that's a new phrase on the K-12 side. And then on page 39, you asked where those schools are at and what the story was behind them. And then on page 40, we also included other funds that were expended. If there's a question on page 40, John's probably the only one who was around from back to 2014. But you asked for these reports, we put them in there, and we'll stand for any questions or observations or anything that we can follow up on for you.
Okay, committee. Welcome back, Representative Harshman. Got the full team back here. Committee, any questions regarding the information that was brought forward here? Seeing none. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we had I don't know if you wanted to take a break, we have a brief moment. We will log on the Zoom, we'll put something on the screen, we'll ask Laura to step back, we'll ask Bureau Veritas to come up, and I wanted to finish the responses by committee. Bureau Veritas will step through the overview, if that's what you were still looking for, of their report you have in front of you. And then what you don't have in front of you that I thought would bode well is they've put together, we don't know every methodology that the former consultant used or the team that wasn't here, but there are obvious things that are embedded either in the formulas or what have you. And we were going to step through how this looks different than the report that was done in 2016 for you, and then take any questions that you might have there.
Okay, that works for us. Committee, it's 2:09 right now. Let's be back at 2:20, 11 minutes, and we'll get everybody set up. This is not a scheduled break, but just a little bit of a bio break and get everybody to stretch their legs. We'll be back at 2:20. What's that? We had a lot of our 3:30 discussion. All right, we're gonna bring the committee back. We've got enough people in here that as they start filtering in.
Yeah, hop on the end.
All right, Director Vincent, if you'll just reintroduce us to
Thank you, John.
Bureau Veritas, and if you gentlemen just introduce yourselves for the record, and then I think you guys have a PowerPoint presentation, is that right? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ashley's going to help me get onto the screen to show something here. So while I'm doing that, we'll continue. Jerry Vincent, State Construction Department, and to my left, and we'll go all the way down the road.
Yeah, Matt Anderson with Bureau Veritas. I'm a registered architect and a program manager with Bureau Veritas. Oops. There, you got it. Oh.
Bill Champion, a mechanical engineer with Bureau Veritas, 21 years with the firm.
And we already know who you are, John, so no need to reintroduce yourself.
Mr. Chair, thank you. As soon as Ashley disconnects from the camera looking at all of you, it'll look at my computer and we'll start to walk through. First of all, you all have a handout of the Bureau Veritas report of how they prepared this FCA, FCI assessment. Matt and Bill are going to walk through some highlights of that, and then we will switch to a different spreadsheet here that will kind of do a crosswalk of the differences between the two. I just want to say thank you very much. Is this it right here?
No, it's the other one. Nope.
There we go.
There, yeah.
I just want to say one thing, that occurred to me during the break. What I will be coming back and asking for in the future is to have the FCA and FCI funded in a different stream. We should not be doing an FCA and FCI, whether it's different consultant, in the same year as budget. It takes time to get this thing done. It takes time to scrub that data. Takes time to go see the projects, everything every one of you are saying. And to go see the projects to verify, tied into a facility plan season, and then give you that list that we unequivocally feel as good as we can about with the backup documentation for each. All of this is absolutely converging and on top of each other right now. Your questions are justified, new system or not. This shouldn't be done 3 weeks before, 6 weeks before a budget drop, and then about 8 more weeks before you have to take it out on the floor and start to explain it.
So Jerry, I just, out of curiosity there, like, my concern is we get a budget from you every year. So how do we do this if you don't want us to?
Well, no, I'm sorry. In terms of the newest FCA, FCIs and how we interpret that. I'm sorry, not the budget itself. I'm talking about the report falls every 4 years.
Okay.
We have the study done and it's falling in a budget year. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Got ahead of myself.
I was.
Yeah, we'd like to turn a budget for the next 6 years. That way you only have to do it once,
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Okay, go ahead and then I'll let you change out the slides.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. We were asked questions to summarize overall, and even some of the committee members had asked us how your schools compare with other schools around the country. And as a whole, as a total average, we'll talk about this later, but the number perhaps take away from this is your average educational building FCI is 7%. And that is, that's good for a statewide average, and it's not the best, but not the worst. You're in the middle in terms of school conditions. So from an overall standpoint, I don't know if that makes a difference to you or not, or if you want to focus on individual schools, but you're definitely not in the lower third. You're in the middle of schools nationwide if you take the state as an average. But we prepared a summary report of what we had done. We talked about the background, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, in terms of the, do you want to switch to the, oh, right, okay, I'm in charge here. Okay, which?
Do you want to go to the overview?
No.
You want
Next page down.
Okay, that's all. Just go next page.
Yeah. Right, okay, sorry. Okay, yes, so we started with the background. Oops, we just lost it. We started with the background, which you have in your packet. And the purpose of the study was to, as we've talked about, producing FCIs, producing the, you want to go to the one on the left? Yes. I'll scroll down. Oh,
Sorry, it disappeared off the screen.
sorry, we're having technical difficulties here. So yes, the purpose was to evaluate all the schools, to have one company come through and do the evaluation, and to look at the facility condition assessment, to look at that FCI number, to understand how you can compare the schools to each other. And some of the things in terms of the scope is that it was a visual assessment. We didn't tear apart walls. We didn't take things apart. We looked at them. In some cases, the maintenance staff were able to open access panels, show us where they could see problems, give us information, but we didn't take screwdrivers and hammers out to the buildings to see what was inside the walls or underground.
Nor have we in past studies.
Yeah, exactly. Nor have we in past studies. In terms of the scope, we did send out a pre-survey questionnaire, as we've talked about. We got the 38% of those back from various districts to try to understand what they knew. We talked to the people at the site. The maintenance staff on site were very helpful, very supportive of what we were doing. The administrators were supportive of what we were doing. So they gave us assistance where they could when we got to the schools to do the reviews. The overall methodology from that standpoint was trying to take a look at what systems could we see that were a problem, but also what individual materials, such as boilers or water heaters, individual roofs, things that might not be an entire system, but if they have a problem, cause the students or the educational process to have a hiccup or causes delays at the school. So we wanted to look at not just the entire system, but individual components. And we give each of those components a rating from excellent down to failed, or in some cases not applicable because it's something that school doesn't currently have. In terms of those conditions, those are an industry standard methodology for looking at buildings that's used across the country for facility condition assessments. There's even an ASTM standard that mentions those and specifies those conditions to be used. And so we give those ratings to each of the systems or each of the materials that we observed. And then from that standpoint, we take a lot of that information, and then we started to work with costs. At the request of the department, we looked at the building cost, talked to local cost estimators, got involved with some contractors who built schools in the past for the state of Wyoming, and we looked at what are the replacement costs for the school buildings. We looked at what individual components cost, and we also looked at the difference in regions, because there are some areas in the state that are more expensive than others. There's about a 20% variance in cost from different parts of the state. And so we did take that into account.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add, if we're looking at what are the differences from before, this is internal, but this is one of them. RS Means was used to produce this data before, just as with major maintenance. A lot of the questions, concerns from everyone is that accurate? And maybe that still works for major maintenance, but when you're looking at overall equipment, what have you, the thing here, because in statute is RS Means on the major maintenance, it's not here. That's why we're trying this out, getting Wyoming costs for cost estimators and contractors and pricing, because we think that it can be within a 20% range more accurate than taking overall regional costs, which is what Matt's referring to.
Yes, and if you do have questions about this, please interrupt me as we're going along, because it doesn't have to be a linear where I present and then you ask questions. But yes, we did talk with local contractors to try to get a good idea for what things cost and how those costs relate to the new construction or major renovations. And then we produced an overall cost summary. And I know there's a lot of numbers here, but this summary divides things out into the basic systems that you have in a building. And we have much more detailed information within the study and within each individual school report. But this gives you an idea of the types of work, whether it's structure or elevators or plumbing, where the money is needed for schools, both in the next 12 months and going forward in short-term and long-term, so that not only can you see what's wrong today, but you can start to plan for the next 5 or 10 years. And in the appendix to this report, there's an individual table like this for each district, so that if a district wants to look at their planning for the next 2 or 5, 10 years, they can use these tables to get some overall ideas and then work with the state staff if they have questions about where some of those numbers came from, because the state staff has all of the backup and the details. Then in terms of the facility condition index, there have been questions raised about that, and we've had a lot of discussion. As we've talked about, it's the repair needs that we observed that were needed at the schools divided by the total cost of construction of the school as it exists now. Not if it was to be reconstructed using current state standards or the current building code, but what's actually there at the school right now. And then there's national standards for good, fair, poor condition. There is not really a national standard for when to demolish or when to do a substantial renovation. That's something, when we've used the words consider here, but the national standard really just was developed by the federal government and the other agencies to say, are we in good, fair, poor condition, and not to address that decision, because you can have a building that is not very good condition. As you mentioned earlier, there's a 1932 school building, and some communities want to save that building at any cost because of the historical aspect or the way it works with their downtown. Other school districts would say that, well, with an old school like that, we just want to tear it down. Just depends on the community and the school. So when you get into that 30% and above range, you need to start considering a substantial renovation or considering a demolition. And then we've also added some summary charts here. The next page has a pie chart which talks about the, just to show you what condition things are in and where things are sitting in terms of the facility condition index scores. And that gives you an idea that there are 21 buildings where you should be considering renovation or replacement. And then we also provide some additional tables that are, well, we can stop there, but that gives you an idea about where the numbers are ending up from a basic standpoint, that you have most of the buildings are in good condition. There are not a lot of buildings where you need to, at the current time, where you need to do anything with the schools. And this is the current state, not projecting 5 years out, but the current state of the schools.
Sorry, and Mr. Chair, to answer the previous question on, from I think Representative Olson, how do I look at this? What do I come away with? What you see in our lists, and I will make it better, I said I would, is this yellow pie right here. This is what we're doing. We're in the consider major components, consider a renovation, consider something greater than that. It's here. It's just, you're not hearing me say that very well. And just, we've had this system for 3 months, so we can't even benchmark it and work on it for a year. And we've had a budget for 3 weeks. So I will continue to explain, but just I wanted to call out right here, this is the pie that we're focusing right now.
Right, and another way to look at what needs to be done to the schools besides the FCI is what we call a plan type. And that's the reason you're making the repair or the replacement. And they run from safety, which is usually the most important, to things that are broken, and that's what performance integrity is, through accessibility and environmental. Retrofit and adaptation are things that are working, but they're really old technology. A chalkboard would be retrofitted because you don't want chalkboards in school anymore. You want, but that's something if we saw, and I don't know that we saw any, but if we saw a chalkboard, it would be a retrofit recommendation. And then life cycle renewal is just things that are going to wear out eventually, but are not currently a problem. And we provided some tables, or some pie charts that talk, if you look at all the buildings, again, most of the work is life cycle renewal, things that are going to wear out. There's minor areas of environmental or safety. There's some wheelchair accessibility areas where you might have a lift in a school to get up onto the stage and the lift doesn't work. We also, for the purposes of looking at it, divided those pie charts out into the academic buildings and the support buildings, just so you can see where they're coming up. And again, if you're looking at safety, that includes offsets in playgrounds, because we consider that a safety item. It can be a slip, trip and fall situation where the school district can have some liability. And so we consider that a safety. It's not necessarily life safety, but it's keeping the kids from being hurt. And again, you can see the support buildings have the same situation where there may be some, well, actually, there are no safety in the support buildings, but there may be some environmental, some things that need to be retrofitted. And support buildings would include things like bus barns, maintenance facilities, the cafeteria building we were talking about earlier.
Can you scroll up 2 more? And I apologize, we're tag teaming, we have 1 microphone here. And again, back to, I think, Mr. Chair, back to Senator Beitman and Representative Olson's comments. When we're looking at the buildings, this is a different yellow square, but that's what's focused in on. When we're looking at those large components that are performance and integrity, we would look at those normally anyway, but when those performance and integrity ones add up to that big dollar, then we compare that over to the large part of the pie, life cycle and renewal, and then we start to get into, does this make sense on the top one to do a retrofit and adaptation or not? So it plays out in the effort here, and I apologize if it wasn't playing out previously in my words. Thank you.
And then from a graphic standpoint, we know that life, health, and safety is important to everyone. And so we thought we would bring those items out and do some additional graphics on those just to provide some background. And we did a chart that is hard to read at this scale, but we have, the district staff or the state staff has larger versions of this, but just a graphic to show that the CAMO 1, the Campbell County, has the most safety, environmental, and accessibility findings, and that's mostly because of the environmental that have to do with the high school that we've talked about, and they have some things that need to be repaired. That's clear in our reports, and that shows up in this graph also. So again, it's just a different way of looking at the data and a way of showing it graphically.
And that's the 5-year FCI, so that is anticipating a $7-ish million cost over the next 5 years directly related to safety, environment, and accessibility. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate, yes, over the next 10 years, yes.
And the over 10 years or 5 years?
5 years, yes.
And then the expectation is that if we wrote a check this year for $7 million, that those would be taken care of. That's the intent. Is that fair?
Yes, that's the intent. And the environmental includes asbestos floor tiles or materials like that may have been encapsulated but are still there in the building.
So that's a good point, Mr. Chairman, if I may continue. On something like that with asbestos floor tiles, where I believe most of the time the expectation is that if you don't mess with them, you're okay until you need to mess with them.
Yes.
So this is incorporating that, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have an imminent need to replace that. Right. So that is qualifying as an environmental component here, but is not deemed a safety component because it's not exposed. Is that fair?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, yes, that's fair. It's a environmental, when you do the repair, it will need to be environmental, but again, it's not, you don't need to do that now. That could be one of these things over 5 years, that when you replace the floor tiles, it needs to be done in a proper manner, but that you don't have to go out and do it right now because it's not currently an issue.
Gotcha, but all of those, Mr. Chairman, that are rated as safety and accessibility, theoretically, those are now circumstances.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, that's really the end of this summary, unless you wanted to look at any specific, in the appendix, there's a whole bunch of tables of system expenditure reports per district. And if you wanted to look at a specific district, you could see that information, see what kind of costs that they're facing in the next 10 years. But that's really there for yourselves or the districts to look at and then ask questions back to the state or work with the state, especially for the 12-month items. Those may be the ones that are currently being discussed.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if we go into the comparisons of some of the things we're doing here next, perhaps that will trigger questions in addition to this. So let me, please.
Chris.
Or, oh, I don't know if I want to use this as one of them. It's backing up a little bit on page 4, which is the aggregate overall cost summary table. And what I wanted to understand is what, I don't believe it's here, which is the total estimated value of the schools based on this calculation approach. As I understand it, the total in the lower right-hand column is the aggregate of those cells to the left, which means what is the outstanding expenditure forecast over the next 20 years. What we don't see, and so I guess that would be the 20-year numerator of an FCI score. What is the denominator of the FCI score for the state?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, I don't, off the top of my head, know what the total sum of those replacement values are. I could, with a few minutes, by the end of the day, with an Excel spreadsheet, come up with that total, but I don't know. Anyway, I don't have that number with me, but we can provide that easily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it would be useful, yeah, we don't need it now, but I'd like to know that because, again, what we've used for that denominator in major maintenance is the RS mean score, and I think it's interesting to compare this with the RS means estimate of the state's school facility fleet value. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director, I guess this would be to you. When you're able to identify safety and accessibility, for example, the way that we are in this report, have you considered, is it in the back of your mind to just include that as a line item budget each and every year? If you can identify safety and accessibility, you could operate that way, couldn't you?
Mr. Chair, Senator, that's exactly where we're trying to go. I am trying to get this down, vet it, give you something to take on the floor, look at all the opportunities that this does from the past and how to break it out. So I remember in the past year, a couple different times, this committee has said to us, how are we doing on security and how much more is out there and how much more needs to be done? We can snap our finger and tell you what's going on right here. And then at the behest of either the commission or select, there can be a line item for security, there can be a line item for, that's what we're trying to accomplish with this thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Committee, any further questions? Yes, Representative Stork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out that Teton County seems to be missing on this list. And I didn't know whether there was a reason or not for this system expenditure forecast.
Yeah,
I think so the question is why is Teton County?
Well, or,
Maybe.
I'm just, yeah,
Or is it
Mr.
just
Chairman and
oversight?
Representative Storer, I'm looking right now at our version of this, and there may have been a printing problem. It could be that simple.
You're
Yeah.
definitely on here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on ours. Yeah, we go from Sweetwater to Uinta.
Okay, we'll take a look at that, but yeah, it may have been a page left off of the paper document that you have.
Mr. Chair, Representative Storer, we promise it wasn't on purpose. Thank you. It feels that way right now, but we promise that wasn't.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Committee, any further questions on the methodology discussion from Mr. Anderson here? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chair, next I'd like Bureau Veritas to walk through what they have determined to be the obvious differences. Sometimes things are embedded in formulas with a previous consultant, but kind of walk through the main differences between this study and the studies that have been done in the past.
And that is the little slide package that you give us here. Is that right?
Yeah, that is it, but I think this is more comprehensive, yes.
Okay.
Well, it's also a little bit briefer. We understand from some of the committee members and some other people saying to keep the talking points brief so that if you're talking to a constituent, you can very quickly say, well, here's something, and not have to do a 10-minute discussion. So just, yeah, we're going to talk about the comparisons and then some summary charts. But again, I wanted just to say you've heard some terms, and we wanted to be sure that everybody's remembering these terms. For the most part, work from both studies, except that the previous study did not have any short-term repairs. They just looked at what's wrong today and what the deferred maintenance is, and it was a snapshot in time, if you want to call it that, and a one-time review and not a 5 or 10-year time period. There's nothing beyond the current state on the day that they did the assessments. And so, yeah, Bill, if you want to talk about the next part.
Yep, I'll speak a bit about the assessment methodology differences. So in the BV approach, one of the key differences are that BV, Bureau Veritas, we looked at the entire site. So we included things like sites, fences, playgrounds, things outside the building that support the main school structure. You'll see that, those things are excluded. And in general, when you leave those things out, the FCI tends to be lower, on our end. The next one is we took a individual building system, building component approach. The prior study looked at the building system, so you would take something like HVAC and lump it into one category. You'll find when we did our study, we looked at the boilers, the chillers, the cooling towers, the air handling units, things that support the system, but we looked at each individual component. When you roll those up, of course, you're going to find a lot more deficiencies. We've got over 150 deficiencies in each report, but when you look at the system, you can see there's only 29 systems in the prior study. That's important. I think Senator McCune had a question about, when you look at these things, why are they not included? And is the system broken? But you can see, well, I think Senator Rothfuss had a really good approach and understanding of that concept. Fire protection is important. HVAC, boilers, chillers, heating breaking down in the winter, that is important. But, when you look at them on a system level, they're all the same. The flooring system is the same as the HVAC system. And, a future study or one thing to consider, maybe those would be ranked differently in a study that allows those things to rise to the top. One of the other differences is our funding is observed conditions. So we didn't make any assumptions about, the foundation if we didn't see a problem wrong with that. So if we got to a place where in the basement and we saw a settlement crack, or we saw some other issues, some concrete spalling, we'd say, there's an issue there, we can see it, we've identified the issue. In the prior study, those things they said, we're gonna assign it a number just based on the age. So we have a little bit more detail, we have definitive things, and I think one of the things we heard earlier is that we want something defensible. If you say, hey, there's a boiler broken, we can show you a picture of that broken boiler. And that is defensible, and of course, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and it helps when we're speaking to, constituents and districts.
Bill, if I may, Mr. Chair, in the previous study, schools were getting an allowance for a bad slab, whether they had a bad slab or not. So on one hand, it inflates your score if you don't have a bad slab, and you're not pulling everything back to verify that, really. And in another way, is that allowance enough for the school who has a very bad slab? You can drop $250,000 pretty quickly if the corner of a building is sinking, and especially you have to shore it up underneath and everything. So it was an allowance, and it wasn't telltale. One of the other allowances was like more of a straight line depreciation. Your building is getting this much worse each year, whether it is or not. You look at some of these districts out here, they're taking very good care of those schools. So allowances were assigned instead of the component pieces talking and telling their story based on their life cycle and what is failing. So we were trying to get away from some of that subjectivity, you know, that we were talking about earlier, is instead of just saying, based on age, your building should get, like us, based on our age, we should be getting a little bit worse each year. And maybe that's true for some of us, and maybe it's not for others. So we're trying to go to the next level inside that and tell you what part of your building, not just is your body getting old, but your knees are in rough shape, that kind of thing. That's what we're trying to get a hold of here and what we're trying to do. So, thank you.
All right, to continue, another difference was the educational sufficiency standards. They were not included in our study. I think you mentioned an example of a school that had to be taken offline and considered differently because it did not meet those standards. When we've done this work in other states, they've included things like classroom size. You've got all the classrooms in the building. They're all way too short for the population. The size is too small. We've got some that, you know, high schools don't have enough parking for students and teachers. Educational, you know, problems of, you know, that don't consider enrollment projections. So things that the school is there, it's the FCI is there, it's functioning properly, but there are educational standards that are not included, and of course, an already limited FCI.
One of the things I also wanted to mention, you talked earlier about two high schools that were in poor condition and that there's been a lot of discussion about in terms of Campbell and Rock Springs. A high school like that might have $4 million in educational deficiencies or not meeting the sufficiency standards that was added into the FCI in the previous study. And that $4 million is significant when you're talking about comparing the prior one to the current one. And that number is especially high for the high schools. So that's why a high school would drop down on the list currently compared to the previous one, because they didn't have that $4 million of educational sufficiency.
And for those to, Mr. Chair, to the committee who may be new, you know, there was suitability in 2020 in that conversation, and not trying to open up that can of worms, but back in 2016, we were looking at tech readiness, which was one of those suitability characteristics. When that went away, these were no longer studied. Those numbers came off, scores changed. So just one of the many differences between them.
All right, to continue, we're down on the next slide. We've got, if we looked at a building, and I think we touched on this before, a building that we did not observe any issues, that in theory would be an FCI of 0. There were no issues visually observed, nothing that's in the numerator of that FCI equation. In the prior study, again, things that you didn't see got a score. So in the prior study, every system got a 10% head start. So those FCIs are going to be a little higher when compared with our study. Another comparison is we developed the 5-year replacement budgets. We gave the opportunity to show the 10-year replacement budget that goes on to 15, 20 years. Because we've got individual building components year by year that will, you know, track year by year, you can follow those, choose different periods, different horizons to make the analysis. When you look at the prior study, it would be a snapshot. There's a one-time view. There's no basically acceleration or continued degradation of that number because it's a one-time snapshot. It's a static approach. When you look at, you know, the individual, you know, the degradation over time over each individual component, you'll find that some have shorter life cycles, some have longer life cycles. They all degrade differently. You know, so we gave an approach that would allow you to track those over time. If you did apply some money, you could look at how it was applied to that system, recalculate that number, and regenerate that list. And then the last one is.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, didn't mean. One of the things, Mr. Chair, that this system also does is it can generate your FCI for you interactively. We've had districts in the past who felt a little gun shy that they were climbing, you know, they were a 0.35, 0.38, and they did a roof replacement, now they're a 0.19. They're like, I'm not gonna do that again. So we can literally in real time, if asked in advance, and say, like to what Senator Rothfuss was saying, it takes quite a bit to move that thing. And I don't know what the exact story was with that one, but we can, if asked in advance, say to them, if if you do these improvements, we're trying to encourage people to do the improvements, to do the components, to spend the money, and not say, if I spend this money, how far out of the game does that take me? And say you were a 0.32 before, you're a 0.31 now, please move forward, but that's why those were identified. So we have the ability to do that now, instead of a snapshot report that's static and delivered once every 4 years. So, thank you.
And that is the final contrast. The FCI, is the sum of all the buildings observed projected deficiencies, whereas your last assessment was really the deferred maintenance over that replacement cost at that period of time. So, we could look 1, 2, 5 years. We could, see what that number would be had we made this. It is much more a dynamic process using the methodology we have now. Are there any questions on any of those key differences?
Committee, any questions? Okay, I guess I have one, and it's not necessarily for you guys, but more directly to the director, and this is a question that I have been asked by at least one individual, not necessarily a personal constituent, but in Cheyenne nonetheless. Why did we change? What was the purpose and the reasoning for changing from our 2016 methodology? Why did we go, and gentlemen, I'm going to apologize to you guys, because you guys are sitting here, in this position of giving us a good indication as to what you changed. Why?
Sure, and I think they've called it out, but I'd be glad to summarize it for you. First of all, across commission, select committee members, JAC members, others, certainly school districts, we don't think this is working. Secondly, we think RS Means isn't addressing this in terms of Wyoming. Third, it's a static report where this is interactive. Fourth, it was more of a straight line depreciation with this static report where we're telling you the opposite direction on when these things are coming up that might need to be worked on. We thought it was better for them, as Matt has said, to use as a facility planning tool on their end to spend their major maintenance money as wisely as possible. And then on our end to take to the commission, to the select JAC dollar amounts. We see a balloon payment coming in 27. It's not now, but it's coming. So we thought this had the flexibility to deliver that. They're also analyzing 125 systems compared to before. So there's far more than that, but in short, sir, that's it. What I heard was a cry for action that this wasn't working and no one was happy with it. And so this gets into a more of a granular level that allows us to answer questions, prepare, predict, what have you, so.
Anything further, committee? Gentlemen, thank you for being here again. Do appreciate you guys going through this, and this was definitely helpful. Do you guys have this that you can send to us electronically?
Absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All right. Jerry, does that finish up your responses to the committee then? I don't see anything else in my
Mr. Chair,
packet.
that wraps up our responses to the committee, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's take just a 5-minute break here. I'll let you guys get resituated, let Laura come back up. I'm guessing she's joining for the annual report and budget. And we'll let these gentlemen disconnect and get pulled away. So just about a 5-minute break here. We'll be back at about 3:05.
Thank you. No, that's mine. That's just, John, I'll take it if he doesn't. Again, if you have more questions, let me know. So we can work with the cafeteria to take that out of the education and put it as a support. Because all the other cafeterias are on campus and, yeah.
I think that's enough.
All right. Oh, we lost our department leader. I was going to bring us back, so we can just have the camera focus on us three up here. It's okay. There he is. All right, we're going to come back to order here. Our last item for the agenda today, and I am on the wrong agenda here. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Is our annual report and our budget. So we will open this up. We are joined by everybody here. I do believe we have Tanya on the list first, so we will start with Tanya, and then we'll send it over to you guys. Tanya?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. There are no materials from LSO on this particular topic, but you did ask me to identify what this committee's statutory obligations are with regard to the budget. Wyoming Statute 28-11-301 requires that this committee prepare and submit a budget based on the information that will be reported to you today by the Commission and the Department to the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Governor no later than November 1st. Recall that Mr. Hoversland from our office gave an in-depth presentation at your last meeting on K-12 facility planning and the budget process. This is the foundation that forms the budget requests typically from this committee to the JAC and to the Governor. Historically, at the conclusion of this meeting, LSO staff has been directed to prepare a bill draft incorporating budget recommendations to consider at your October meeting to meet the November 1st deadline. This bill draft in recent years has been embedded in the budget bill, and 2115-119 outlines the budget to be submitted to this committee, requires the commission submit it through the state budget department and the governor annually, not later than September 1st. This same statute, subsection C, requires that each project separately identify the project by phase as well as the district.
Thank you, Tanya. All right, Director, I'm not seeing any hands flying up over here with questions to Tanya, so with that, we will send it your way.
Chair, not only is this Laura's area as our finance and operation administrator, but you've heard quite enough from me today. We'll take a break and turn this over to Laura. John and I are available for questions. And then if you're looking for any confirmation or questions of Chairman Tarter, we have him up here as well. So.
And thank you for joining us today, Chairman Tarter. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't get it. I forgot my name tag. I know who I am.
Yeah, you've been around a while. We recognize you.
You know, I spent a lot of time in Stoke Mountain. Who's your dad? Who is it? I set the record for.
Remind him on the microphone.
What's the mascot across the way here? Okay, I just. All right, Laura, thank you. And the floor is yours. This is riveting for all of us as it is you, I'm sure.
I know you're super excited to do the annual report, Mr. Chairman. At your pleasure, in previous years, we've gone kind of page by page. I can do it as fast or as slow as you would like. So if you need me to slow down on something, there's lots of questions, I'm happy to do that. If you kind of want to move along, I'll give you opportunities to let me know that you don't want to go page by page. So we'll do it at your pace and your
so
convenience.
What I'll say is the committee gets paid to do a half a day's work to review this material.
Okay.
I expect that they're doing that. And so if we have major questions, we'll go through it. But I would appreciate kind of not necessarily a cursory overview, maybe a little bit deeper there, but we definitely don't need to go page by page.
Awesome.
So.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'll start with the annual report, then we'll start on just page 1, just so that everybody can kind of follow along. This is just an executive summary. It talks about our.
Or can you bring the mic just a little closer?
Sure. Better?
Much.
Okay. This is just a cursory kind of explanation of the annual report. We have a statutory obligation to produce this, and we provide it to this committee. It gets approved by the School Facilities Commission. Mr. Tarter and his colleagues approve this. I would say that the bottom of this page is a listing of the budgetary requests that we are requesting this year, but it is just at a category level. with your permission, I'd like to defer this. That is also the very last section in the annual report where we go through everything in detail. And I think some of these sections we've already been through, but it might be better suited to do that at the end with your permission. Perfect. In that case, we'll move along to the second tab. This is another statutory obligation. We provide our end of the year financials for the School Facilities Commission. The first page is just an appropriations executive summary, which includes all of our operations, major maintenance, and capital construction expenditures, and the appropriations. Draw your attention to column C on there. You can see that the legislature, over the course of the history of the commission, which was the commission and then the department and then the state construction department, has been over $4.1 billion towards schools in the state of Wyoming, which I think is pretty remarkable. Moving along to the next page, we then take each of those sections and then just break them out. So the next page is the operations summary report, which just talks about our operational budgets. Everything there is relatively normal. Our expenditures are in line with what they usually are. No surprises there. The next section is the major maintenance appropriation summary report. In there, I would draw your attention to columns D and E. And the second to last line, the one above the total, you'll see in D that we have amounts distributed to the districts. That's as of the end of June. So it doesn't include the quarterly payment that was made in July and is about $78 million. The next line over you'll see is blank for the district expenditures. That's because the districts are statutorily required to report their expenditures to us, but not until July 31st. And this report is run at the end of June, which is the end of the fiscal year. There is a report later in this section that talks about the major maintenance expenditures, just in case anybody's wondering why that was blank. Moving along, then, we go to the third section, which is the capital construction appropriation summary. And this just gives a summary of by year all of the appropriations that we have been given to use for school appropriations. I draw your attention to column F. That is something that we watch very closely. These are the balances that are not expended. When everything's expended on a project and we can revert it, we do. We're in the process of preparing reversions right now. So hopefully that money will be going back, and then we keep unanticipated funds for those years. Unanticipated funds are requested each year, and when you appropriate them, it is only for the projects that were appropriated in that year. We can't use like 13, 14 unanticipated money for a project that was appropriated in 21, 22. So those unanticipated funds stay until all the projects are done, closed out, completed, or reverted, and we make sure that we're not going to need them anymore. So that's one of the reasons why in those older budgets, you'll still see a little bit. We still have a couple of projects open. When those are finished, we will revert the unanticipated funds as well. Hope that makes sense.
Or can I have you just, as you're going through this,
Sure.
just make sure that you mention which page you're on?
Oh, I
I
apologize.
know you're going through good, and I'm catching you, but
Okay.
just in case anybody else is watching online, just to make sure we know
You
where we're
bet.
at.
My apologies. The next page is page 9. This is a capital construction transaction summary report. In this report, I would call your attention to column B. You'll see the awarded versus the budgeted. There's a positive number and a negative number there. All we're doing there is simply removing money that was budgeted because we've actually awarded a contract to do the work for that. So you see those just net out to zero. The details for all of those projects are on pages 22 through 26 of your book. Moving along to page 10. So the unanticipated funds that I just spoke about and explained what those are, we keep track of all of those balances and all the expenditures that have been made for each of those unanticipated pots. And you see those on pages 10 through 21. If you look at the big bold line across the top, you'll see it says 2013, 2014 unanticipated summary. That's what this is for. And then we just keep going through all of the various pots of money up through page 21. Are there any questions on unanticipated? Seeing none, I'll move along. Then we go down to page 22. So this is just the details of the summary for the transactions, the $290,000 that moved from budgeted to awarded. These are all the details of what makes that up, and that is on pages 22 through 26.
And I would just say, unless I hear anybody or see anybody flailing around, I'm just going to say, go ahead and
Okay.
continue through each section with just a brief pause like you're doing.
All righty.
And we'll just go like that.
So the next section is pages 27 through 38, and this is a listing of appropriations by district and building. We run this every month, and this goes to Matt Wilmarth up at LSO as well, so we just make sure that we're in conjunction with that, and we're reporting those on a monthly basis. Moving along to page 39 is the next section. This is the major maintenance report that I spoke about a couple of minutes ago, where the districts are statutorily obligated to report their expenditures for the year as of July 31st. You will see there are 4 districts that the line just says reconciled data not received by 8/11. That's when we went to print for the commission, and we had 4 districts that were having trouble reconciling their bank statements. It's for various reasons. For one district, as an example, we had somebody who came in new, very small district, is trying to wear 12 hats at once, and he came in about 10 months into the year, and he had no idea where anything was at or trying to find anything. We assist as best we can. We've actually had districts send us their bank statements, and we help try and go through them and help them as much as we can, but unfortunately, there's certain things that we can't do. So I do have 2 more updates. We have received in Fremont 38 and Sheridan 1 just this last week. When we get the remainder of these, which we will, we'll continue to work with them until we have it balanced. We will resubmit that to the commission, and we can certainly provide a copy to this body as well. Moving along to page 40, this has 2 more of our statutory requirements in it. The first is the emergency facility needs that were done throughout the year. So sometimes a district may have an emergency, let's say their heating system goes out in the middle of winter and they need to get the school up and running, so they come to the commission for an emergency funding to take care of that. The commission can do that. However, fortunately, we didn't have any emergencies this year, so that is blank, which is a good thing. The next section is the B11 report. There is a statute out there that allows the State Construction Department to move money between the phases of a project up to 15%. That's done through a process called the B11 process with the State Budget Office and the governor's signature. Those phases are planning, design, and construction. This year, there was only one. That was for the Tonkin Activity Center Remedy Project, and we moved money from design to construction. Are there any questions on that? Seeing none, we'll move forward. The next section is for new schools opened. Any new schools that were opened during that fiscal year are reported here. We only had one this last year, which was Slade Elementary, which opened just a little over a year ago on August 1st for that school year. Moving along to page 42, this is a listing of any buildings that had a change in their status. We keep a robust database, as everyone's been talking about buildings. We work in collaboration with the districts to update this as changes are made throughout the year. You'll see on this list that there was one building that was closed, there were 6 disposed and 12 demolished. A disposal could be something where it is a building that's sold, like a modular that maybe was returned to where it was being rented from. There are a variety of reasons why it could be disposed. That completes tab 2, Mr. Chairman. Moving along to tab 3. This is the enrollment section of the report, where we're reporting to you on the historic enrollments, and we update that as best we can every year. So you'll see the first graph is just a graphical representation showing the history from 2013 through 2022. And you will see also the glaring elephant in the room. You'll see the large dip in 2020, which was the pandemic year when a lot of people pulled their kids out of school and were doing homeschooling and virtual and various other options. So I'll just address that. Moving along to the next page, this is all the same data. It's just broken out. The history is broken out by district, so you can see a comprehensive view of what that looks like. And then moving along, pages 45 through 49 shows a data for the past 5 years for each district, and we broke it out by region. So the first page is the Northeast, then we move to the Northwest. The Southeast is 2 pages because there's more districts in that area, and then the last page is the Southwest. That completes tab 3, Mr. Chairman. If there are no questions, I'll keep moving along to tab 4. This is the condition and capacity schedules. This is what you all just looked at, the educational and the non-educational, where you spoke with Director Vincent and Bureau Veritas on. I don't know if you want to go through that in more depth. The education schedules are on pages 52 through 58. The non-education are from 59 to 62.
only question on that. I tasked LSO staff to take a look just based off of looking at central cafeteria, kind of run through that. And there are a few others just on that first page that are also classified through major maintenance. I'd like to see that information cleaned up and then returned to us with correct educational, the educational facilities being education, page 54.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's already on Director Vincent's list. He talked to me about it on the break, so we will take care of that for you. So that takes us to, after non-educational, that takes us to rules. This is, when I described earlier what the difference of capacity, the grade configuration, the utilization rates and everything, that's what's on those pages 63 through 69.
Yep, Senator Landon.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Laura, but thank you. So I did notice earlier, and I meant to bring it up, on the educational list, I think we have Mountain View School.
We have what?
In fact, it's probably in the top 10. They're not numbered, but Mountain View is actually a mothballed school. And I was curious as to even the mothballed schools, did we go ahead and assess those? Did we?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, at the start of all of this, we did give a list of buildings that we wanted assessed. And I think that there were several buildings that they went ahead and included that were part of a campus. So I'd have to take a look at the status of that one and say, but chances are, if it was mothballed, we probably wanted it assessed to see what the condition was, since that indicates that the district has intent of potentially opening that school again in the future. So we kind of wanted to get a look at that. We also added a couple of buildings in along the way that we wanted to take a look at, simply because we had some inquiries from charter schools on what their adequacy was, and we wanted to get an idea of what, the assessment team thought of the condition of those buildings. But I think even on the non-educational list, you'll notice that there are some things that are typically considered enhancement type facilities, such as concession buildings and press boxes and that type of thing. And they just kind of did it because they were on site. We didn't pay extra money for that, but they did throw it in. So we figured, why not capture that data? And then I'm not sure exactly what educational buildings you're talking about. And there is a possibility that, in light of what just occurred with the central cafeteria, that maybe something was incorrectly classified. But I would point out that when they visited a lot of these campuses, they would do multiple buildings as part of a campus, and it would all be included in the same report, but the buildings would be separated out within that report. So there's kind of a parent-child relationship in regards to some of the naming on this, and you'll notice in some instances, there's 3 or 4 different names separated by a /. And it's actually the last name in that string that it's referring to. When there's multiple names, that just means it's part of a campus, that they were all wrapped up into one report. But there is scores and components identified per individual building within the software and the system.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Laura, I think you can continue on unless there's
Sure.
any other questions.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, that brings us up to page 70, which is the capacity by district report. This is a compilation of the capacity by district, obviously, in descending order. And then if we move along to the next page, which is 72, this is.
I do have a quick question for you on
Sure.
70. One of the things that I was looking at here, I just want to make sure that we're all again on the same language. One of the things that I noticed in the breakdown with Bureau Veritas and some of the capacity discussions there is we're breaking that down at the school level. Statute has us broken down when we start talking about capacity at the district level. what are you guys relying on when you guys do your facility plans, and how are you guys, what methodology are you utilizing? This is probably not for Laura, this is probably for Director or for John. I'd like to know exactly which one we're using and rationale behind that.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, when we go through our facility planning, we look at both. We look at by district and we look at by school, and we also look at by configuration within that district. So we make all those considerations. However, on this particular capacity schedule, we're looking at it by school. And I think I would note that we are projecting out 8 years on that, and that's how everything's sorted and categorized based on that 8-year need. But when something's flagging for a study, similar to with the condition report, we take a look at all things. And I think statute requires us to consider on a district-wide basis for capacity. So we might see one school that has a particularly high need, and in most cases, that has a tendency to be in school of choice districts where there may be other seats, and that would be part of the consideration or part of the remedy, right? Is to have that discussion with the district to determine, hey, is this just a matter of moving some kids from one school to another where there is available seating in order to determine what that remedy is. Secondly, I think it's important to note that there are schools that flag for a high capacity need 8 years out that don't currently have a high capacity, and vice versa. There are schools that have very high capacities currently that may have a projected enrollment 8 years down the road that isn't quite as high because their trailing data depicts that there's a decline coming in enrollment. So I think those are all things that we have to take a look at and incorporate into any type of a Mercer determination or study to see really what's the remedy and what do we need to look at. And again, this is all based on trailing data and enrollment projections. Sometimes there needs to be a consideration for other information if there's better data available or more information. And those are the types of things we want to incorporate into those Mercer studies as well.
Okay, so as clear as I can get it, I think I heard it in there at the very beginning. The report that we have here is by building. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, pages 71 through 76 is additional information on the capacity, but rather by district, it's done by building, and it starts with the highest capacity and works its way down. Moving along to the lion's share of the report. This is another capacity report. It is done first by district, then it breaks it by configuration, then we move to rural versus in-town, and then we go by building. And the reason why we separate rural and in-town is if you have a very rural school that is, say, 40 miles from the nearest town, you can't really consider that part of the capacity town, so they may have a capacity there, but it's not like you're gonna bus kindergartners out to 40 miles one way to a school because of the capacity issue, so we do separate that. On this report too, towards the end, you'll see the capacity unrestricted versus restricted capacity, which we discussed earlier in this meeting. So you can look at all of that information. There's a plethora there to dissect.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add on page 71, because some previous questions are brought up, like what is process? How do you step through this? I think we're starting to be able to say that there's a number of things. There's an FCA, there's an FCI, there's some other indicators. Page 71, John and I are trying to step through all those high capacity school needs in there. So you'll see those come out again back in the budget. When you look at, I mean, currently, you know, ARP is empty, but at 134, when you're talking about, you know, where's East High being flagged at 106? So when we go in and we look at these percents, we look at these capacities, there's the condition, there's the capacity, there's its own FCA, FCI score that triggers a conversation. So it's a variety of things, as what Senator Rothfuss was talking about. that we put this together in. But we still will do what I said earlier and get you a list that you can see a cut line on. But since we talked about a couple of these and we're on that page, I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, at the end of that report that breaks it out by configuration, that is the end of that tab.
Senator Rothfuss?
What methods used for the projected enrollment in 2031? Is that cohort survival, 10-year, or how does that exist?
You can probably answer it better. It is a form of a cohort, Mr. Chair, Senator Rothfuss, it is a form of cohort for survival, but I don't know a lot about that. So.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, so the projected enrollment in 2031, I was just curious what algorithm was used, what method was used to calculate what those values will be in 2031.
It's all based on trailing data. So we track previous enrollments, and whatever that trend is what calculates and follows through into the future.
Right, but more detail on that, and maybe you can just send me what algorithm you use. That'd be fine.
I'd be happy to provide that methodology to you. I don't have it in front of me.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's our planners, and JJ, our database administrator, put all that into a formula. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Laura, you said
Tab 5,
tab 5.
page 151. Pages 151 through 153 is just a generalized description of how project cost budgeting works and the various stages and the things that are considered within that. Moving to page 154 and 155, this was a tool that we put together largely for districts. When I first started at the department, there were a lot of questions of, I need money. How soon do I see money? That's really the gist of the question. And so we put together a listing that shows the whole process from facility planning and who's involved in that through the school districts and the School Facilities Commission, this committee, the governor's office, the legislature. And we've actually had, we had some good feedback on that. We've actually told, or had districts tell us that they've used this as a training tool for board members. So I think it's a useful tool for them, and that's what its purpose was. So we've included it here for you as well. If you move on to the page after that, which is 156, this is another listing of the school facilities appropriation sequence. It's more of a 300,000 foot view. And you can see right now we are in step 5, which is the School Facilities Commission submitting the annual report to the Select Committee. If we move along to pages 157 and 158, this is just a sample. These are not real numbers, but this is a sample of what a budget worksheet looks like that John and his team use to kind of develop a budget and the various things that are considered within that, including there's an allocation of how many square feet they can get based on the configuration and how many students, and all of that stuff is done in the background as the calculations are developed.
Looks good. Continue on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. The budget worksheets are also on our website, and the districts and their architects use them in order to program in work that they're doing, get a rough idea on what their costs are and everything. So we present this on our website as well.
Pages 159 through 162 are some representations of the average of cost amounts for construction. The first graph on 159 is based on the bid amount, which is different than what you actually construct at, just to make sure that we're clear. And this is the average hard cost per square foot for construction. It's just a graphic representation from 2010 up through 2022. If you move along to page 160, the blue dots here represent the actual.
Just a quick question here, Farley.
Thank you. Lori, just a quick question on page 160. That bid amount that crowded the 700 figure, do you know what that was?
I don't, but I can look it up for you in just a minute.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, we looked that up last year, actually, and I don't remember exactly what that was, but I can get that
We had
answer
somebody,
for you.
I remember.
If I remember correct, it
No
was a
problem.
very
I
small
should
rural
remember
school.
and I don't. Okay, Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I asked about it then. It was a small project, but I can't remember which small project it was. And it had, I think there was something to do with the site that ended up leading to a substantially higher total cost.
Mr. Chairman, I also believe that there was some demolition involved in that number, and that it was one of the schools kind of over in the Pinedale area where we experienced a little higher than usual construction costs, but I can get that information.
No problem.
Actually, I have that information. It is, told you, it took me a hot minute. That was for the New Frontier Alternative High School in Lincoln 1. It was only 4,300 square feet, but the bid amount was over 2.9 million. And so that gives you the $679.25 per square foot bid cost for it.
It was Lincoln 1.
Lincoln. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure we were going to Star Valley.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I remember following up and looking into it more, and that isn't just the cost of the building, which would have been ridiculous. There was something else associated, whether it was demolition cost or site or, I don't remember.
Mr. Chair, Senator Rothfuss, all of this is coming back like it was yesterday. You're saying that's a very high price point, and it turned out that typically it did include demolition along with small project cost in that area. So it's, I think through all of us, we just got there. Yeah.
How about the one that was only 330? We're not talking, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Can we go back?
Yeah, I want us to find that contractor again.
All right.
Laura, we're good there.
Okay.
Nope, looks like you're good.
Okay, so just so we're clear, the blue dots are obviously the actual bid amounts for each project. The orange are an average, and then you see the trend line. Moving along to page 161. This is another representation, but this is bid amount versus the actual construction cost. So the bid is in blue and the actual construction costs are in orange, which those would include the end cost for, let's say it would include change orders, inflation factors, anything else that would have driven those costs up or deflated them. Maybe we got a price break on something. That's what you see, that differential there. And those are only for completed projects. That's why you don't see anything past 2020. We have to have the project completely done so that we can get those actual completed construction costs in. So there's a little bit of a lag there. Then if we move along to page 162, this is basically the same information again for completed projects only through 2020, and this just is a different graphical representation of, so you can see the differential between them as a whole. No one's giving me questioning looks, so I'm going to move along.
Yes, my only thought here is on page 162. I'm curious, every other year except for back into 2012, we've always had a positive construction cost to bid amount. Do we have any idea, John, in 2020, was it COVID? What might have struck us down being 2% lower than our bid amount compared to actual construction costs? And if you don't, that's fine. Maybe we can take a look
Sorry,
and
Mr.
just,
Chairman, I don't know.
okay.
would be
It just
speculative.
seems like an odd out, well, and I guess 2015, it was 4% lower, so it just seems like a little bit of an outlier when you see some of those other years that are 4 and 5 and even 10% higher to have a year that it's down. I'd just be kind of curious if you guys stumble across it.
Mr. Chair, we'll take a look and see if we can come up with that. I will tell you that where I was working in 2020, on the very front end of COVID, we actually had extremely competitive bids. Projects were reduced to a bare minimum. They were extremely competitive. Everyone was going after it. With those bids, started whole supply chain back up, and then that's when it went back up again. So it could be that point in time, but we'll take a look and see if we have an answer.
No major rush on that.
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that brings us up to tab 6. This is the deployment schedule. So on page 164, you'll see a chart, an Excel chart that reflects the capital projects that have an unspent balance as of the time we pulled the data. The project manager and John's team look at each and every project, what the remaining funds are, where it is in the process, and try and graph that out. We do a straight line depreciation because, as you know, construction, we could have to pay a whole lot up front for one thing, and then there's nothing, and then we, have smaller costs or vice versa. So we just straight line depreciate it to give you an idea of when we think that project will end. And then on page 165 is basically a similar graph, only this is showing the total projected expenditures of remaining funds by quarter.
I do have a question for you on the ARP Elementary. You guys have got 2 modulars listed there, and I know this was made for reference, but looking at those now that they have closed ARP Elementary, what is the anticipated outcome of those modulars? Are those modulars something that we lease for extended amounts of time? Or are they something that once they've closed that school, they can get rid of that lease?
Yes. I work with, and you'll see this in the budget section on the modular leases, I work with the districts that have modular lease needs. And in Laramie 1, they've actually reduced that down by a couple of modulars.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Chair, Laramie 1 has reached out to John and myself, and we are either trying to get them with the workload right here, we're going to try to get them to the October commission meeting or the November commission meeting, have those approved to be removed.
and just checking my information, my spreadsheet on that, the ARP modulars were the ones that were released. So those are not included in the budgetary request this year. Mr. Chairman, that brings us to tab 7, which is the budgetary requests. The first page and a half is just an outline of the specifications for the budgeting process. At the bottom of page 167, you'll see, as mirrored in the executive summary, just by category, and now with your permission, we'll get into the categories. So the first category is major maintenance. This one's a little bit different because on the school major maintenance, we actually have a standard budget. And for those of you that may not know, a standard budget is something that continues from one to the next. It's kind of like a checkbook where you have your ending balance for 1 month is kind of your beginning balance for the next, sort of. But they have a standard amount that they include. And once that standard amount is increased, it remains at that level until it's either decreased or increased by the legislature. So we work closely with Matt Wilmarth at LSO and work through those figures. It's done by statutory formula. The formula projected out $176,112,379 this time. Our standard budget is $167,695,715. So the increase is actually $8,146,664 over the standard budget, but we report the entire amount so that you have an idea of how much is being spent on the major maintenance with that increase. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope. Any questions? Okay, moving along then. Charter school leases, which I believe your staff did an excellent job in talking about charter school leases, which makes my job here a little bit easier. We have 3 charter school leases that we deal with that are in lease space. There is 1 in Albany County and 2 in Laramie County. We go through all the calculations and put that out there for the lease space. And it is $2,267,303. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those as well. I can tell you some of the factors that affect the lease calculations are if they have an increase or decrease in student enrollment, the average cost of the lease in that city has either gone up or down, and how much space they have. Moving along, this is the modulars, which thank you, you just covered for me. It is $52,125, and it is including 3 modulars in Laramie County there. I believe it's Sunrise and Saddle Ridge are the 2 schools that have those. The ARP have dropped off. Then the planning budget, there's a request for an additional $1 million for studies to replenish the use of the previous appropriated $5 million with all of the different things that we have going on. We want to make sure that we're providing excellent information, as we found it's so important to have that, and hopefully in a timely manner, that we can get that information to you. So we're asking for another $1 million just to kind of replenish that so that we can make sure that we have money out there to hire people to do those studies.
Laura, if I remember right, I do want to go back to specifically like the modular leases and the charter school leases. I don't remember necessarily on the charter, but I do remember the modular leases. In the past, we've always seen those broken out. We've seen them broken out by school district, by the amount, how many, all those. are we expecting that we will see that to us again? Is that something we will get? Because this, while I understand what you're doing here, what I would say is it lacks transparency compared to what we've done in the past. I just want to make sure that and I'm not castigating at all. I'm just saying that we want to make sure that we're doing the same thing. And when we put together our budget, that's going to be asked for by JAC.
Correct, and can certainly provide that for you. In fact, I have it sitting in front of me.
Okay.
Report it now if you'd like, but we generally, in this report, we've kind of lumped it together.
Okay.
And then within the IBAR system, when we submit the request to the budget office on the state side, there's a chart in there that actually spells out each modular. I can just give you the information right now if you'd like it. It's up to you. Or I can
think-
put something together for you and send it.
For my side, it's not as big of a deal as it is our staff.
Sure.
To just make sure that they have it broken down. So I would just ask you guys to send that over to staff. Yeah. Yes.
And I guess for staff, did we have that separated out in the last budget for modulars, or did we just have an aggregate modular fee? I don't remember.
No, Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's been broken down by district and by
We did
amount.
have it lined out like we do for the other ones, okay.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll
Both
need
for
that again.
modular.
No,
and
I just didn't
charter.
remember. Unquestionably, you're correct there.
You are out of questions,
Representative Brown.
Senator.
Yeah, I'm out of order.
Laura, we are, I think we were on the planning and you were talking about the $1 million just to make sure that you guys have the replenishment sitting in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to, on the design and the construction, that gets a little bit out of my subject matter expertise, so I'm going to turn that over to John.
Okay. John? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to preface everything just a little bit and say that what we did is we took a look at all the different types of projects, whether it was capacity or condition or ancillary and component. And what we tried to do was take a bite out of the highest priorities in every one of those categories. So that's kind of what we looked at. And then there also were the other considerations that Director Vincent spoke about earlier in regards to Campbell County and the need for maybe a more in-depth study there to determine exactly where we would end up. And that was the intent behind the design request for Campbell County 1. I would mention that particular dollar value is based on what we would see as a percentage of the total construction cost for a replacement school, but it doesn't include any soft costs, just because we don't know exactly what that Mercer's gonna play out as. And so the intent with all of these requests is to make sure that we're covered in any scenario that might pop up, and that any excess funds that are left remaining get reverted back for reappropriation later at a different date. So what we've got, and we understand that this is a little bit out of order because we wanted our new assessment study to determine needs, and we have to have those needs identified before we can perform a Mercer study. We've ended up a little bit out of order here, because what we would like to do in a normal year is we would like to perform those studies and have that remedy identified and be able to build an accurate cost estimate off of that to bring to you and request an appropriation for. Unfortunately, we just didn't have time to do that this year because those studies take time. And quite honestly, as you can see, we're still trying to vet through some of the deliverables that came about as a part of that study, and to vet everything and scrub it and make sure that the information's accurate. So what you're seeing in this request is just that. It's a representation of what our best idea would be for that remedy, in light of any situation that could possibly come about from a Mercer study, which is going to be performed on all of these projects.
Okay.
Or a determination by the department in the event that it's something that we're capable and qualified to do.
Vice Chairman Landon?
So, thank you, John. Just to play that out a little bit, if we were to go forward with this conceptual budget, approve it in February and March, then you would go out for the Mercer studies and then come back to the select committee during the next interim for actual approval of the project. Is that kind of what you had fleshed out in terms of process?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I think that our intent was, and our hope is that we can get some of these funds approved because we know that in most cases, there is some sort of a remedy that's required. Either we've got capacity issues or condition issues. We know we certainly have component issues, and we haven't addressed the ancillary buildings in quite some time. So our hope is that we can go ahead and move some of this forward. We want to perform those Mercer determinations, or if it's a more complicated situation, hire a consultant to get that done. And we're working through that process as fast as we can. We're hoping to provide you with that information even before, if possible, before the legislative session this year. But I think the intent is that we want to put something in front of you so that there aren't further delays, so that we're not another 2 years out with added inflation and added costs on top of those, and you know, delaying some of the needs that we've noticed and the districts are experiencing at this point.
Mr. Chairman, just to comment, appreciate that, John. That's a little bit outside of, you know, the normal range of where this select committee lands. You're right. Normally, we have that Mercer study in hand and we go forth to a legislative session and we're able to tell our colleagues this is exactly what that remedy is. Not having a remedy and just saying, you know, this is a ballpark. It feels like it's a little bit tougher lift, Mr. Chairman, to say this. We don't have a remedy yet, but we know we need a fix. So just pointing that out.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, we're fully aware of the implications of that. I mean, our only other option would be to say that we don't have a budget or haven't identified projects at this point in time. And that's going to have an effect as well, you know, on where we're at in regards to, you know, taking care of some of these issues.
Okay. I want to take a quick step back to Laura and then back over to you as well. So I'm looking and I'm rereading the planning. And I want to make sure I understand the planning money and request there, the $1 million. It's, you guys are recommending, the commission has recommended the motion to put back $1 million to the previously appropriated 5 million. Was that the 5 million that we did in the 100 million total?
Mr. Chair, correct.
Okay. And so,
In order to go where Senator Landon is talking about, where we get out in front and have those Mercers all done and presented with that number instead of our detailed budget spreadsheet number that's there, while over the next 90 days, we either do self-perform, most cost-effective remedy determinations, have us or the consultant review 3 or 4 key Mercers, large ones that have already been done by districts, see if we can get there in an expedited way. And then third, just absolute new Mercer studies from a most cost-effective remedy consultant, which we do interviews on Tuesday.
okay, so I want to take that a step further if I can. You guys are requesting $1 million for the previously appropriated 5 million. Does that mean that you guys have expended roughly 1 million, leaving 4 million available, and you guys are just trying to replenish the 5 million? Or does that mean you guys need 5 million going forward? I'm trying to just understand what the $1 million is for.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, you know, with the, looking at the upper end of what a Mercer can be, a comprehensive Mercer, $200,000, the thought is that during this year, there will at least this calendar year, there will be, you know, at least $1 million, $1.5 million burn rate of Mercers that are done throughout the state, and so it would replenish back to the 5 million. We could get from you or JAC or someone say, spend it down and see us in 2027. But we were trying to keep that replenished so we could stay out in front, so we don't run out of the ability to perform those in order, as you roll into 27, 28, get on track and put Mercers in front of you with dollar amounts that you can take onto the floor.
So let me just at point blank ask you, what's the number you actually think you need? Because we put 5 million in there, you guys have had it for a year, you guys have expended roughly $1 million. If we're looking at that, that would equate to, extrapolation would say 2.5 million, let's say. I understand what you're trying to do, and I don't have a problem with that, but I also want to make sure that when we're carrying a budget forward and somebody looks at this and goes, well, why are they trying to put $1 million back into this when we don't necessarily need it? Right? I just want to be transparent with this. So what do you guys actually need as opposed to it would be nice to have?
Thank you very much. I think that when we interview our consultants, and on Tuesday, and they bring their sealed envelope for their fees and what their cost per Mercers are, per elementary, middle, high, we will be able to dial that in, just, and get that back to you.
Okay. So then I want to.
And we could do it the other way. We could only do 5 million worth of Mercers and then come back for replenishment. We just figured that in 27, 28, if a 5 million for studies was a rough haul for you guys in the last session, that's something less than that, half of that, a third of that might be a better sell. So that was the concept behind it.
And that's fair.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. I want to step into the design portion here, and there's two things on this that I'd like to ask. And the first one is we have Laramie #1 Elementary School 2 contingent on a final Mercer determination for $3 million. My suspicion means that equates to there's a new elementary school #1. I guess my point blank question here is, we have not received any indication as to what the $95 million was allocated on. This committee has not received any indication on that. And so I would like to know, I know because I watched the commission meeting, but I can guarantee that not everybody up here has the same amount of time that I do or the availability to watch that. To me, this looks like we're going into new elementary school #2. We haven't even addressed or talked about elementary school #1. I think we need to have a little bit of a discussion on that. And so is my assumption accurate that that's where elementary school #1 is coming from? But then #2 on that is when you say contingent on a final Mercer, is that part of the original $5 million that we put in that Mercer previously in the planning last year as well?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And yes, it is part of that.
Okay.
And we met with the district twice. So they had a district-wide elementary Mercer done, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, Dave would know. But it was focused on grade level configuration 5, 6. This is what the district this past year saying we'd like to tear down 6, build 3, with us knowing that they flag on 3 high capacities and 3 high conditions. There's a whole lot that could be involved in that, and before you tear down schools and charters. So that's what this whole Mercer is supposed to do. So in our Tuesday interviews, one of those 2 firms, one of the selected firms is going to be assigned to Laramie County School District to do a district-wide elementary, so we can put this whole picture into play. I'm excited about it because I've been struggling since I got here with district-wide and capacity versus triads. And I think it's going to take all of that and it's going to tease that out in a way that we can figure it out. Conversely, because you'll probably ask the question next, the same consultant will do because of the triad, will do a high school Mercer study. Because even though East High is on the early end of flagging, what does that mean for Central and what does that mean for South? And the more we can understand, where the enrollment is coming from and in their triads as part of all that, we'll understand what the East remedy will end up looking like or what the expectation is, put it the other way, through the Mercer for South and Central as well. So those are 2 studies and both would come out of that existing money.
Okay. And then back to kind of that first question, the 95 million. Can you guys get us some of that information as to what the commission approved or is expecting to approve? I'm still not quite understanding. We're going to put in $3 million here for new elementary school #2, but I don't know where elementary school number one comes from.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, absolutely. My understanding is that we were asked from that by also, and we provided it. But if not, my other understanding was that what we put before here, because if you guys have been around a long time, but this is my first one that I've done, along with John, and we even have Valerie for most of it. So you have 2 years and under folks putting this together. My understanding was that the 95 million didn't come before you because that was appropriated. Forget about the transparency part, I will get it to you, but that we are supposed to put budget of the 25, 26 before you. So we can do that, and we would be glad to do that.
You are absolutely correct. And my concern.
Have it right here.
I'm just wanting to better
you.
understand the budget prepared.
Thank you.
And so I understand that more appropriately. That's why I'm asking for that. So,
Good question, thank you.
okay. John, I think that takes us into, I believe construction was your next step.
Mr. Chairman, also to just kind of follow up a little bit and answer some of your question that you just asked. All of the items that are in the construction request are for construction only, that they don't include any design. So you'll see that the number 2 Laramie 1 school has the design requested above under design because we're required to break those out separately. But we are including the design as part of that 95 million for the other 3 projects that we're asking construction money for in the 25-26. So that's why those are there under construction, but there is no design showing up for those.
Okay.
And that includes the VOAG shop that's co-located with a bus maintenance facility in Lusk and Niobrara 1. It includes a renovation in Goshen 1 for Southeast K-12 essentially. And then it also includes a remedy for Conestoga. And I would say that based on comments that were made in the last meeting and ongoing conversation between the department and that particular district, what we've done is we've scaled that back to the amount of deficiencies that are projected out for the next 3 years there at Conestoga. Again, this is something that is going to have to go through some kind of a study, whether we do it internally and determine what that remedy is, or whether we hire a consultant to do that. But essentially, it may be more than just a component level project, because there may be, well, I can tell you for $6.5 million, there are more than one components in that building that are projected to fail in the near future. So that's kind of where we're at with that. We just wanted to make sure that there was money available for that remedy, and we're going to have that discussion with that district.
So that 6.5 million, that's your guys's, what do I want to call it? Bartered amount that you guys are coming to, that they said, we don't see this, you don't see this, and you guys have come to that 6.5 as a meeting point?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we necessarily have gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
What we've done is we've scaled it back in light of some of their comments in regards to how they feel or what condition they feel that school is in, to just simply what deficiencies were identified by the assessment team.
Okay.
And I think that there's still a process to go through in that regard to determine exactly where we're not seeing eye to eye on that project and what we need to do. So we have some due diligence yet to perform on that. But the one thing that we don't want to do is we don't want to see that building degrade to a point where 10 years down the road, we're here in front of you asking for a full replacement. So we want to make sure that we get that project earmarked to at least resolve some of the upcoming deficiencies that the assessment team has identified.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, with that being said, I'm happy to get into the level of detail that you'd like to get into on some of these numbers, but I would tell you there's a slightly different methodology applied to some of the different projects. For instance, we felt like it was more appropriate for some of the buildings that were barely above the threshold for some type of determination to be looked at in more of a renovation type construction. And we based our cost estimates accordingly for what a typical renovation runs, which is substantially less than a replacement. In some instances, especially on the ancillary buildings, because the FCI scores were so high on those particular buildings, and quite frankly, those buildings were inadequate in comparison to what our design guidelines say is appropriate. We base those on full replacement numbers, so that's a little bit higher. We know that we've got some serious concerns with condition in Laramie County School District 1. So those two schools, we actually used replacement cost values. And I think the intent is that once that Mercer study is complete, because this is one that's fairly complicated with the different triads and the fact that we've got both capacity and condition, I think the thought is that if there is truly a capacity issue within that district, that we may be able to address both capacity and condition with the two schools that we're proposing. One being out of the 95 million, and one being out of the 25-26 budget request. And so I just wanted to point that out, that there is some slightly different methodology here. And then additionally, the component level methodology is a whole nother story that I'd be happy to get into detail with you on and answer any questions that you have. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. So I feel like I've kind of spoken to the construction requests that we put in the 25-26 budget. The next thing in line would be the demolition requests that we've asked for. Both of these dispositions have been approved by the School Facilities Commission, and so we're asking funds to get rid of that excess square footage. We've analyzed any potential uses or benefits for those buildings, and quite honestly, we just don't see any. And those demolition costs are largely predicated by what our cost estimating consultants have worked up for us on those buildings, and in consideration as well of numbers that have been brought forth by the district. So we believe those requests are substantial or adequate for those purposes. And then the other capital construction request we're asking for is ancillary buildings, where we see a need because the FCI scores are substantially high. What we've done is we've worked our way down the list to a certain point, and did not give consideration to facilities that were typically considered enhancement type buildings, whether they're classified as such or not. Specifically, press boxes and concession buildings. There is one garage that's fairly high on that list, but we didn't really feel like that was imperative to operations. It's a 288 square foot garage that they use for storage, and we just didn't feel like that was as important as some of these transportation facilities that are in need of replacement.
Okay. I believe similarly on this, if I remember correctly, when we go look at anything that's ancillary, we had it broken down by the phases. And I'm going to look at staff. Am I correct on that? I remember us having pretty much everything broken down by design, construction, planning, that kind of stuff. Am I correct on that,
Mr.
Tanya?
Chairman, that's correct. It's statutorily required.
So we need to have those broken down too. And I think what I'm getting to here is we just need to make sure that we're submitting basically the same stuff we always have, right? And that's nuance, I get it, but the details matter for us to make sure that we're putting this in together, right? And then I want to make sure that it's just as easy for staff to put it in the bill format as they can, so.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, and we have that information. We'd be happy to.
Awesome, thank you.
And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, are the component level projects. And if you would like, I could kind of go into our methodology for how we identified and prioritized those projects.
For the other budget consideration portion, or are you talking?
Actual component level.
I'm sorry, component, okay. Yes, we definitely need to have the methodology on that if we could. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we looked at this in a couple of different ways. We took a look at the districts that were in the greatest need in regards to what their total deferred maintenance was as identified in this assessment in comparison to what their available major maintenance balance is. Not any consideration for future major maintenance, just basically what was reported as of last year in addition to what payments we know went out in fiscal year 23. So we also looked at it by component, and we created somewhat of an index based on that also identified what percentage of the district's available major maintenance balance that particular deficiency or component was. In some cases, there were the same, and when I say component, there's multiple lines that may fall within that component. This may get a little more complicated than you would like for it to be, but I would tell you that everything that's tracked in our database is tracked by Uniform Act code. And you heard Bureau Veritas speak earlier about what level the previous assessment, excuse me, what level the previous assessment identified those systems at and what level they identified those systems at. And so the previous assessment went to a Uniform Act code level 2, and we went to a Uniform Act code level 3. So there's much more detail in that, and the systems are broken down by more, but there may be a few different categories that fall under the same Uniform Act code. So it's not necessarily one particular component. And for instance, one of our projects that we're recommending in Converse 2 at Glen Rock Junior High School is Uniform Act code D2010. And the short description on that is a backflow preventer, domestic water. But I would tell you that there were multiple deficiencies that fell underneath that code. Some was plumbing fixtures, you had domestic water supply, you had sewer, the waste and sanitary that needed to be replaced. All of those fall underneath that code. So we've captured that description on another paper we'd be happy to provide to you guys. But what we brought forward underneath the component request is a total for all components under that Uniform Act code for that building and in that district. And we looked at it at that level and created kind of an index based on what that deficiency was and what was available to that district in the form of a percentage. And that's how we used, or that's what we used in order to prioritize all the components that were identified in the assessment. And it ended up being, I want to say, slightly north of 1,800 different components for all the buildings.
Okay. Vice Chairman Landon, did you have a question?
So, and John, I think you just answered my question. I think in the past, I think the process included districts requesting component component projects. This was not necessarily a district reaching out to you. This was part of what was identified like BV and then you took those and analyzed and boiled it down into this list. Do I understand that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, that's mostly correct. I think in a perfect world, we would have liked to have identified the districts that had the most hardship in regards to what deficiencies they had and what their available major maintenance balance was, and then worked with them to establish their prioritization of those projects, because they know their buildings better than we do. They're there in those buildings every day, and we recognize that. But in regards to how everything played out and how the timing fell on this, we didn't feel like we had the time for that collaboration. What we did do is we gave a short window of opportunity for districts to bring forward projects that weren't a consideration in the assessment. And so not all of these are driven by just what was in the assessment alone and the deficiencies identified by Bureau Veritas. There was one project for a medium voltage distribution that's a part of the campus in, I believe it was Sublette County, where we didn't go in and do an assessment of the transformers and the switch gear and the main power lines coming into the buildings, but they have an identified need for that. And so we took a look at all the things that the districts provided to us, and that was one that flagged up there with the top priorities. Thankfully, when we made this prioritization based on the percentage, we didn't have to skip over anything because we felt like maybe it wasn't critical to operations or imperative for them to have remedied in order to deliver the basket of goods. Almost all of these are big ticket items that are really critical and important to these districts to do what they need to do. Most of them were roofs, but some of them were plumbing, some of them were electrical, and some of them were mechanical. And so we took the highest 11 out of that list. And just to be fair to all the districts so that they would have an equal opportunity, once you had a project that hit on that list, whatever the value was of that project in regards to the remedy to repair the deferred maintenance got added back into your available major maintenance balance for the next item of prioritization on that district's list. In other words, we wanted to spread this out for a couple of different reasons. We wanted to touch as many districts in need as we potentially could, but also we didn't want to overwhelm any one district in particular with too many projects that they couldn't facilitate and have money sitting there on the table that could be used quicker by another district in need. So there were, I believe, 2 districts that ended up with 2 projects. One of them was Sublette, and that was because Sublette had the medium voltage distribution project that needs to be taken care of. I believe the other one was Converse One.
Okay.
And I would tell you that Converse One, for their very first project, just the one project at the top of the list for them, it was 306%. No, that was Uinta, I'm sorry. Uinta's middle school had a project, one component, that was almost 307% of their total available major maintenance. And so we worked down that list and actually got as low as 53.66% of component to available major maintenance balance.
Particular area, and I'd like try to keep the answers as short as possible with detail, right? I'm not trying to, what I don't want to do is I don't want to go into the weeds with this, basically. Who came up with methodology to do this, right? And I think what I'm trying to get to, number one, was this you two coming together, collaborating, figuring this out? Was the school districts coming to you guys saying, hey, we have an idea? And then secondarily, is this methodology put somewhere so the school districts understand what you guys have done, so there's opportunity to go back and look at this in the future? Because to me, what it seems like, and I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, is that you guys, I appreciate what you guys are doing. You guys went out to the school district, said, hey, we want to do this. But what concerns me about that is maybe some of these school districts don't have a clue what in the world you're doing, and there's nowhere for them to go look it up and have an understanding of what in the world you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, that is the case. It was a collaborative effort at our department to come up very quickly with a methodology to address this. As I was saying earlier, in a perfect world, we would like to be more collaborative with the districts, and it's our intent to go through that process and figure out what that looks like with the districts moving forward. This year, we had two choices. It was either don't bring a component level project forward because we haven't had the time to establish what that process is going to look like that's going to work. Or two, we take the biggest bite out of the highest needs districts that we can this year, and then work on what that process is going to look like with the districts to bring forward a whole new process for next year in the supplemental budget.
Okay, so when you guys did this, I guess follow on to that, you just kind of, little light went off. When you guys are doing this, is this something that was identified through the assessment that you guys saw or that they saw, and you guys addressed this through that? Or was this outside of that assessment that you guys identified what's going on, and it may or may not have an impact on their FCI, FCA scores?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a combination of both of those things, and not so much what was going on outside of the assessment today, but what was going on previously. I also think that some of the discussion that we had within the department was, what direction do we want to go in with the component level funding process? And I think where we landed with that was, we would like for it to be somewhat of a hardship program where districts that have large ticket items that are coming up that would eat several appropriations of major maintenance up and not allow them to perform other major maintenance on their buildings was coming up. And I guess, just to keep it as short as I possibly can, that's a possibility for us now because we're able to project somewhat when those systems are going to fail and when that bill is coming due. So that's kind of why. And again, because of the timing with everything and when the budget had to be put together and when the assessment dropped, it just didn't allow for us to collaborate with the districts as much as we would have liked to. But we still see a need where, you know, that's another deliverable that came about as part of the study. We're able to identify exactly where the highest needs are in these districts.
Mr. Chair, a lot of this is post Bureau Veritas. It is in response to, in general, us trying to deliver some more equity on folks' ability to pay. And we talked about this in the commission meeting, but not here yet in the select. we've kind of been put on blast 2-3 times during the year. The JAC says if you can't roll out a more meaningful way of delivering component, we're killing it. Because it looks a lot like major maintenance. And that's what we're trying to do. And I'll just go one more time back and apologize for everything at one time right now. People putting the budget together by no budget for a first time, and a 95 that has Mercer FCI constraints on it, and a new Mercer process, and a new FCA FCI process. And because of no consolidated emergency rules, under emergency rules, I have 3-4 projects to talk about where districts have filed under Chapter 3, Section 8 of the emergency rule, more of a contested case, we think, and we're looking at everything right now exactly at the same time with 2 to 3 people. And then on top of that, we have a boatload of work to do before your next meeting, before the commission next meeting, before the JAC meeting. And we do want to talk to the districts, and we do want to roll this out and do that tutorial. I don't know how else to say it. This looked, I saw this day in April. Yeah. I'm sorry. And some of this we did, and then a lot of it was done to us, and we're just trying to get through it. I remember a conversation I've had with one of you who says, you were between a rock and a hard place by the balance of this year. And that's exactly where we are. I apologize.
So let's, the only question that I have beyond that with the component level, and then I'd like to try to speedily go through the remainder of this. You guys have the information here. The SCD recommendation shall also include blank in district component. Now, my guess is that was something that was going to the commission, and did it get filled in, and do we have a recommendation?
It did, and we do.
The recommendation was for the full amount of the $37,138,592.
The number at the top? Correct. Okay. With that, let's move on through engineering, technical, unanticipated, and then the other budget considerations. And if we can do that in probably the next 5 or 10, that'd be good.
Mr. Chairman, the engineering and technical is $700,000 request, and that's for the value engineering on the projects that were requested for the biennial request. It's fairly simple. The unanticipated is also relatively simple. It's done as a percentage, 6% of the projects that are listed under planning, design, construction, demolition, ancillary, component, and other budget considerations. However, I want to make very clear, the only project we are requesting funds for in the other budget considerations is the $3.5 million for the School of the Deaf. That is it. The others were just supposed to be, we're putting them on your radar that these are projects for future. And then we were told to maybe provide some sort of an estimate. We are not asking for funds for those, so that we're clear on that. And Director Vincent will go through the other budget considerations here in just a moment.
Mr. Chair, if we're ready, page 170. I struggled with what to call this. I thought it was other projects. It was things in the hopper. I talked to our attorney generals. They said, well, maybe just try other budget considerations. Some of these projects that we'll just take them right in order. But School for the Deaf, we've been before this committee, before commission. The concern here has been, if you look at School for the Deaf, the marquee sign out front says Wyoming Department of Education, owned from the 70s. If you look on a website, you will find, for some reason, because I think Game and Fish were in the building for a while before they got their own, that Game and Fish owns it. It's an orphaned facility. It's a building that had an MOU with Natrona 2. And with Natrona 2 out, it goes to Natrona 1. There's, obviously, WDE does not generate major maintenance dollars, unless they wanted to put this under their own block grant system. But the fact is, the district utilizes most of this building, and that's great for the district. The lucky part is very little has gone wrong with this building over the last 10 years or so. We had some boilers last year over Christmas in order to provide heat for the kids. There were some leaky windows. But when you look at the assessment of this building, and just when you can look and you just eyeball it, there's problems coming. So first of all, when the district spends major maintenance money on this facility that's not in their inventory, that's not statute. Secondly, without incorporating this square footage into their portfolio, they don't get money. So they don't get money for this building, and when something goes on, they spend money on this building. And it's a double wrong. So we've talked this over through SBC with the AGs. LSO has taken a look at this before. And what was put forth through all of that, and we will also do this fall, is to get a couple letter appraisals on the facility and the land. Ask the commission, which they did, to, and it's at 3.5. I looked at assessed valuation without the studies done, without the appraisals already. Assessed valuation in two different places on this property was 1.6 to 2 million. And then when I looked over Casper in general, it looked like that was maybe 40% of what its value could be out on the street. So I put a 3.5 in there as a high end, so we didn't have to go back or on the floor and amend that. But the fact of the matter is, if this turns out to be $1 million, it is what it is. And it's the commission giving Natrona the money so that Natrona can pay the general fund SAO back in a net zero that gets the property into their name so they can enter it into their inventory and officially and correctly spend major maintenance money on it. And it's been, I'm told, 15 years that we've been struggling with this.
Committee, any questions on the remainder of the budget? Yes.
Just on that,
Representative
the only concern, and I understand it's net zero, so I have no concern with that. We've been talking about it for a while, but is making sure that we internally on the budget side contemplate that the flow is appropriate from a school foundation and general fund standpoint so that we don't end up going from school foundation program account to pay the general fund in an awkward way, and then it doesn't reflect appropriately back in the school foundation program account. So I don't know that you need to do that, but I think we need to do that somehow.
Right.
So just a note.
Okay. My only last question here, I had to make sure I pulled it up here. Previously in the 2020 budget request, everything else was basically identified identical to this. The only thing I don't see in here is operations. And I'm just curious, maybe you guys can elaborate on that.
The commission actually has no purview over the operations budget, is my understanding, that goes through, it's developed through the state budget office. They were delayed in developing their standard budget this year, so we did not include it.
Okay, so you guys are not asking us for operations budget in your...
That goes through the governor's office. Traditionally, when you put together the bill from the select committee, all you've included was Capcom. The operations bill, the operations goes through the actual budget bill and through the gubernatorial process. It's never been something this committee has done, to my
Let's
knowledge.
hope that takes place, because if you guys don't have operational money, it's not going to be on this committee, because I asked.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, on page 171, just an overview because of the uniqueness of this year and the emergency rules on the double budget. There are projects that, rightfully so on the district's behalf, that they've made very popular, very high visibility. And so when you don't see them in the budget because we are not done with the diligence, someone might say, where are these? So some of these projects that we hope to be able to finish with the review and take to the commission at the next meeting. And so we wanted you to be aware of these projects so that, and largely this might even be from a joint appropriation standpoint, but we are trying to do process here and track with these projects. We have a Chapter 3, Section 8 from Teton 1 School District regarding Jackson Hole High School renovation and the Bronc Achievement Center addition. I won't go into what all the details are, but there's Section 3.8. We met with WDE this week because it concerns them, looking at the part of the claim that they don't have enough program space in there. And so WDE is looking at that with their team. We are looking at the overall growth of the area and tracking that and looking at student generation factors, because they brought up overcapacity. They are in the 90% now. You know, like we have said before, it takes 5 years to get something done on a high school, and so we know they're going to be there. But because of that diligence, where like John saw, and you might have saw in your capacity, we have some 106% over capacities. We are trying to do that diligence and look at their 95+ growth. And so we are hoping to be able to complete a review of that and put it before the commission at their October 12, October 13 meeting. Similarly, with Campbell County High School, have done a 3.8 on their transportation facility. They have 153 buses for, I think, the 4 bays that are out there. I'm driving there tonight. We are going to be reviewing that tomorrow. And we're trying to see if we can put a recommendation in front of the commission at October 12, October 13 for that project as well. If you are tracking dollars, because we are also looking at the dollars and confirming them through our budget spreadsheets, I think 14.5 was the transportation center for Campbell County High. And in many reports that you guys have seen before from Teton One, it's 24 million on the renovation and addition. But those are diligence ones that are moving along. Rock Springs is on there because, like Campbell County High, they both have had Mercers that at some time have gone through the commission and been approved, and then either stalled. Looking back, I think at least one of them, Campbell County, as it was out of step. When you look at identify a need, identify a remedy, and then build a budget, and then take it to the commission, it had a need and had a score, it was approved, but they weren't there yet in terms of their index figure. And I think it was the same similar thing for Rock Springs High, for Sweetwater. Those are ones that have very comprehensive Mercers that have already been done. I'm thinking that either we are going to be able to do a self-perform analysis of them in the next few months, or take our first Mercer consultants that are hired and have them help us do that crosswalk of that. So we're not generating another 200-page, $200,000 report. If we can get there through the existing ones, that's what we want to do and save taxpayer money. And then just Laramie, one like we talked about before, if you're flagging in the one of the 3 high schools for a capacity, we will be putting that through a full district-wide high school Mercer study with a consultant to determine what that looks like, as well as not just the 6 flagging elementary schools, all the schools, so we can come back with something. We know that with 2 of the schools being in the highest condition, and one of them one of the worst in the state, this diligence will be done by the end of the year, maybe first part of the year. And my concern and what I've heard before is that now we have a Mercer, and we'll see you in 27, 28, when costs are 4 or 5 million higher. So we know these are going to flag. We know they're going to be proposed. We just need to know the exact Mercer study, the ins and outs and the dollars and the procedures and what was taken into place. So like what you've said before, and Senator Landon, that can help sell. You've got this thing right in front of you, and that's what we're doing. This body of work here, whether it gets recommended for approval or denial through the commission, this large part of this body of work will be done before the end of the year. It's in the hopper. We just wanted you to know about it. I understand it's different than how it's looked in the past, but like I said, a lot of these projects were made very high visibility, and we didn't want you or the districts or the community, the media saying, where are these? What happened to them? So we are working on these as we speak.
Yes, Vice Chairman.
So Director, thank you. You know, none of these make me turn white or anything. I mean, I think these are pretty well recognized need out across. I just, I know that you know there's a process on these emergency rules that we need to have, I think, documentation as we go. And I'm glad to hear that you're going to try your best to get that to us. That makes it a lot easier, you know, as we go forward, if we've got the process taken care of adequately.
Mr. Chair, Senator, we actually will have a booklet that we put in front of the commission, which will have tabs of supporting information from the district. And then what we see, either concur, deny with enrollment, and then with program, and then whatever, it'll be a booklet for each one of these Chapter 3, Section 8s, and then that will be put in front of the commission. If those are approved, that's the exact booklet that will be given to LSO to give to you, to the Select Committee.
Committee, any further questions on the budget? Representative Harshman, please.
Mr. Chairman, I just wrote a few notes here. I don't know if they're questions or comments, but I heard in the presentation on this component piece about a hardship piece. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I mean, I don't think it's anywhere in statute. I mean, we try to look, because it's kind of a unique thing. And this thing you're hearing from the Appropriations Committee, I served on that committee 10 years. They say it every year. It's a difficult thing, but we're not running a perfect system, and there's certain, things that come up that we have to deal with. And that's why we have that. But I don't think we ever thought of it as a hardship thing. I think all districts are going to be, taken care of on this deal. I think the other deal is, the last biennial budget, what was in there that got taken out or didn't make it to the finish line or was not taken care of. And I don't know, is that stuff in there? I don't know. It shouldn't just, and that's been a problem that we've corrected, I think, since we built this airplane over the last 20 years. That you didn't just fall off the cliff. And I don't know about that. I have no idea. I don't know if I need to know that. And then I think, be interested to hear what districts say, Are all these projects, are they in their facility plans? I don't know. I don't know if these are what the districts want. And then I guess at some point I'd like to kind of see this. Maybe I'm missing it and I don't have it or I'm not finding it, but what does this, 2016 lineup look like to the lineup now that we've changed consultants? And I'd just like to, because I don't think things should have changed that dramatically. I mean, a bad roof is a bad roof or a bad building's a bad building, I'd think. But I don't know. So some of that stuff I don't know, and maybe I'm just not finding it or haven't, whatever, Chairman. But anyway, I just want to make sure we're not, that's my concern, that the districts are in on this thing and we're not dropping somebody off the cliff when they've gotten close and worked the process that we've built over the last 2 decades. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate those comments. As probably the longest serving member on this committee, maybe second. I'm not sure which one of you two is first, but I really do appreciate the historical input. Vice Chairman, do you have something else?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I share some of the concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity we've had all day to really work with the department. Appreciate all the hard work, but just working through some of the issues that we see going forward. And, that said, and kind of picking up where the representative left off, I would be comfortable with making a motion regarding a budget bill on several of the items that we heard this afternoon. What I'm not quite comfortable with yet is including the construction pieces of that, because I think there's just more that has been indicated that we're going to keep digging and scratching, and we're going to come up with better descriptions and better reasoning and documentation. So when the time comes, I'd be willing to do that, Mr. Chairman, because I think we do need a budget bill going forward. And if we had an instrument for that third meeting for late October, then we could consider what additions or subtractions we could make out of the bill. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, and I think a couple of thoughts. I mean, we're going to run up against time here. And I think it's the bill drafting piece. I don't know. A lot of times when we draft a bill, then a lot of times it's cut and paste. I don't know, maybe we can ask staff, I don't know, or you can work through staff, Chairman, and maybe it's easier just to write a letter with what we want and not, I don't know, but we're going to run up against the time thing here a little bit. We might have to meet again to flesh some of this out as we get closer to that deadline. And you get within a week of it, a bill draft's pretty tough, you're going to need a couple of weeks, I would think, but they would know better than us certainly. But
Tanya loves it when we give her bill drafts and expects it back in 3 days. So Tanya, any thoughts on Representative Harshman's statements? I'm recognizing the same thing here, and we do need to go back open to public comment here before too long, but kind of thoughts on, I mean, we're already September 15th. We have to have something prepared. We've got another meeting middle October right now, or late October. You know, if we were to push something out, what are your thoughts on where we're sitting at?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chairman, historically, we have prepared a bill draft, and it's basically in a final format. The budget comes to us in a little bit different format in past years. And to Representative Harshman's point, generally, but budget physical staff just cuts and pastes that into section 313 in the budget bill. That's how it's done previously. You'll probably recall at some point those were actually individual bills. There's been some discussion about that, returning back to that notion because they felt like it was kind of buried in the budget bill. I don't know where that discussion stands currently. You have a couple of options. There's no requirement that there is a bill draft, but I would raise for your consideration that that's not the typical format that JAC sees the information in as well. And for the same reason that we're kind of struggling to follow the budget that's been presented today, I suspect JAC may have difficulty following that as well if it's not in the typical format that they're used to seeing. So there's one consideration for you all to take under advisement. You could move the meeting back. You could move the meeting to earlier in October. I think you're in the last week. And I think the reason that that meeting date was chosen is in anticipation that we would follow the same course of action that we have the last several years.
Right.
Those are a couple of items for your consideration. I did send you the previous budget that has been submitted so that, the agency as well as you all could take a look at what that has generally looked like.
Okay.
I mean, statutorily, you're required to submit it by phase, by project, listed out.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether it's in a bill draft or it's in a letter, it doesn't matter. That level of detail is required statutorily.
Okay. And it sounds like most of that is fairly quick to work directly with the department. So let's do this. Senator Office, you got something?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, as we're discussing it, that I think it's appropriate for us, and whether we have our meeting at the regular time or whether we move it forward, it might be subject to additional discussion, but I think it's important for us to bring forward a bill draft to this select committee in our traditional form, having it broken into phases as we normally do, so that we can work what we're used to working and incorporate whatever data we want to incorporate. I think it's always helpful for us to have as much in that bill as possible and then be cutting out instead of adding. So whatever we see before us, incorporating it into our standard bill form is probably the best starting point. If we're working from this, if there's anything else we want to add, we'd want to add that to the bill draft request as well. But I do think that's what the Joint Appropriations Committee is expecting to see. And I think that's our best approach to providing a product in the process that appropriately represents the interests of the Select Committee.
Okay. All right, let's do this, committee. Be thinking about what you would like to see in your bill, what we'll do and how you guys would like to proceed forward, whether it's a complete reenactment of what we have here, if it's bits and pieces. We'll entertain a motion here shortly. But let's go ahead and do this. If there's no more questions for the department, I do want to thank the department. You guys have been up in front of us. Jerry's wiping his brow and ready to take a break. I do want to thank you guys. I know this has not been an easy day. I know there's been a lot of questions. I truly do thank you guys. I know you're short-staffed. I know you guys have got a lot on your plate, so thank you for everything. Thank you guys for doing what you do. John, Chairman Tarter, thank you for being here. Laura, thank you for putting this all together. I have an idea of what we'll be doing here shortly, but I'll let the committee have their say-so too. So But before that, before we go down that road, I will open this up for public comment. As it relates to everything that we have here, we see a couple superintendents and a trustee. So if you would, please just fill all the chairs. It's okay. Fill all the chairs so we don't have to waste time getting back and forth and people standing up and sitting down, and then just kind of go one by one down the row, if you would, please. All right, we'll just start from right to left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex Ayers, Superintendent in Campbell County. I want to thank you all for your service and being here today, and we have a few others from Campbell County. I don't have prepared comments, but I simply wanted to react to the conversation today, and I learned something every time, so thank you. I want to start by thanking Director Vincent. I can't imagine what the last few months have been like, and I've asked him for a district voice, and he's provided that. He's been to our district several times, including a recent visit a few weeks ago with Chairman Tarter and Commissioner Kackelhofer, I think I say her name correctly, and we had good conversations about a couple facilities, and we toured Conestoga and we toured Recluse, which are two of the schools I mentioned to you last June. I'll mention a few things about the assessment. I think I've shared my concern. You understand I have concerns. And it's important to me that we're good stewards of money and that we're straightforward with you about our view of our facilities. And if you want to talk winners and losers, 7 of the top 35 schools with this new assessment are in Campbell County. We have 20%, and that holds true in the top 25. We have 5. No district has any more than we do. So there's some benefit to that. I don't think Conestoga was 8 when I saw you last. It's currently number 4, so it's moved up 4 slots since I saw you last. But we had a nice tour of that. I think there's acknowledgement that there isn't a need for a replacement of that building. And I will tell you, in the commission's agenda on the 23rd of August, full cost of replacement was in the budget. As you know, that was tabled following executive session, and perhaps part of that was our concern. And we said we will not accept $20-some million to replace that school. It would not be the right thing to do. So this budget today is 20 million less in terms of what Campbell County would receive. We don't need a pat on the back, but I will tell you the 6 million that remains will address some half-life remedies that building could benefit from. But certainly does not need replacement. And I appreciate the director for recognizing that. And we shared with him that we won't accept that money, regardless of what you do. It would have been wrong. Also, Recluse is increased from 39 to 33, and it's not 33. It's probably in the neighborhood of 300. And the director and others acknowledged that that was missed. So we've demonstrated that there's some issues. I think the theory is a good discussion from BV. I want to hear more about that. I don't expect perfection, and there isn't. And we need to have time, perhaps more than we do, to continue to vet that. Campbell County High School, when I saw you in June, was 166. Today it's 59. That has nothing to do with us. Internally, the department, I guess, figured that out. There was calculation error acknowledged this morning in an algorithm, but we've moved over 100 spots because there's an error. And are there others? Maybe. I don't think it's 59. I believe it. Campbell County should be in the top 10. So I struggled a little bit with the language this morning about how do you sell Campbell County with your colleagues and the public. And so I'm going to say, rather than sell, I'm going to say, how do you support the recommendation of both the director, the staff, and the commission? And a big part of that budget is that design money for Campbell County, $6 million and change. And so as you think about how you can support that request, one I would say is Campbell County's needs are not a surprise to anyone. Other than the assessment results kind of didn't match what I think most of us thought. So we spent the last decade or more in the top 30. Many of those top 30 have been remedied in the past, so we fully expected to be in the top 10. And in anticipation of that, because we want to move quickly, as you know, our district commissioned the facility assessment in 18 because when we received design and construction money, and we were right on that budget when things slid in 15 and 16. We were right there. We all thought, probably some of you thought, Campbell County was right around the corner. So we commissioned our own study with the blessing of the commission staff so that we're ready to go when you provide design and construction money. It got held up for a bit. Since then, we've turned that significant, detailed, thorough study into a Mercer. And perhaps one differentiation between us and other districts who are doing great jobs as well, and it was mentioned there are other Mercers out there, this one was approved. It was approved on November 4th of 2020 by the commission. It's been approved, much like you said, Senator Landon. Once it's approved by the commission, we move on. And so we've been sitting idle for 3 years with an approved Mercer. So what do we do? What do we do? We maintain life safety issues and we do things, but we wonder where this is going, what this new assessment might look like. So more than 10 years in the top 30, certainly expected to be in the top 10. We have an approved Mercer. We have to respect the transition from one system to another. I have confidence in the previous assessment, and I'm hoping to have confidence in the future. But I didn't have any concerns with the previous consultant in any ratings that were on the table for the last decade. We also have Chapter 3, Section 8 coming forward, and so that's yet another thing for your consideration. Always remember the commission can use the best available data in determining a budget or adjusting those priority lists. And I hope they've done that. As we provided that detailed study that you all received, it's going to be more detailed than a statewide system of taking a look at a building for a day or a day and a half. It's going to be, and it is. And I know we can't do that for every building throughout the state, but we did it for Campbell County in anticipation of a remedy. And we think that it's very good study, and we hope that helps you support this budget request. So with that, I'll stop and would answer any questions now or later. Thank you.
Committee, any questions? Thinking, okay, appreciate it. Dave?
Mr. Chair, Dave Bartlett, Associate Superintendent for Campbell County. I'm just going to move on to the next project for consideration, which would be transportation. And I just want to share with you, and tomorrow I'm appreciative that the director and staff are going to come up and we're going to walk that facility for a second time. But what I would tell you is this is kind of a unique anomaly. So we are at 0.28 in the current assessment. If this were a school, we'd actually be talking about capacity. This is a building that, when constructed in 1977, was built for a fleet of 70. We now have a fleet of 255. We have 4 bays. Under the current standards, we would have 9. So what I would tell you is year-round, we are doing bus repair out in the elements, outside, whether it's summer or winter. Unique situation here recently where we farmed out several buses to get fixed because we're in line waiting. We were in a position last weekend where we were having to actually borrow buses to fill our activity trips to get our kids out there to do sports Friday night, just simply because we don't have control over that. With the guidelines, we're about 18,000 square feet short of a facility. And probably one of the concerns I have that is gravest is during the school year, we cannot lock up and secure our fleet. So we actually send buses home with staff to the neighborhood because we just don't have room. And then finally, where the location is, and because of how we've grown the way we are, we have a great deal of pedestrian traffic, both student and staff, through the transportation facility there by admin. So those are all kind of capacity issues that I think if you add that to the 0.28, do kind of compound the issues. So we have, again, gone through the Chapter 3, Section 8. I know the director is going to come up and we're going to do a most cost-effective determination. And so hopefully that project can be considered as we move forward as well. So thank you.
Okay. Committee, any discussions for Mr. Bartlett regarding transportation? Seeing none. Ms. Fenton Hughes.
Mr. Chairman, Paige Fenton Hughes, Superintendent, Commerce One in Douglas. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I will answer Representative Harshman's questions. So I'll be quickly in doing so. I do want to echo what Superintendent Ayers said in thanking Director Vincent. He's been through every building in our district. He's addressed the concerns we brought to him. We've also done an internal comprehensive needs assessment. We've shared the results of that with him. Our 5-year plan is based on that in conjunction with the information that we receive from his team and the additional assessments and information. He also, when he first moved to Wyoming, came to Shawnee, Wyoming for the opening of our new building and helped christen that building, and I want to thank him for that. Also, I don't know if all of you know, but your vice chair has toured every one of our buildings and tried to address the needs along with his colleague, Representative Walters, when he had your position, Mr. Chairman. So we've been very well treated by the department and by your committee. In answer to Representative Harshman's questions, I think your question was, do we have it in our 5-year plan? Are we, ready to do it? We have the 2 component projects. They are based on that needs assessment. We made actually a comprehensive request for those component projects. And those will be our second and third ones. So we've done the Douglas High School and our recreation center, which is really our gym. And now we've done our primary school, the middle school, and Douglas Intermediate School. So we are prepared for those. Douglas Intermediate School is, I think, has moved in the opposite of these guys's, from 4th down to 14th. But certainly that's a very, very high need school. Lots of safety, lots of accessibility issues. I don't know if you can remember intermediate school from our other schools, but they kind of all look the same. And that one is one of our worst ones. And the last thing I just wanted to address was a comment that I think it was John made about the discrepancy some of us have in the studies immediate needs and what we get in our major maintenance. So I asked my facilities director to go through what our school studies showed us were immediate needs and kind of price those out a little bit. And they're about $5.4 million in my district, and we're going to get about 1.6 million. And we spend our major maintenance money. So we're spending that all the time on preventive things, but obviously couldn't touch what showed up as emergency or immediate. And I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you very much. Committee, any questions for Ms. Fenton Hughes? Seeing none. Mr. Scarlett.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Bill Scarlett, Chairman, Teton County School District Number 1. Just passing through Casper on my way to Gillette for the state or regional tennis tournament. So I'd stop in. I want to first of all thank Director Vincent, Commissioner Farron from Evanston for coming to visit us a few weeks ago, seeing firsthand our issues with Jackson Hole High School, understanding what we're trying to achieve using the Bronc Achievement Center as a launching point to be able to do the Jackson Hole High School renovation, which is the funding that we're asking the state to help us with. We are up over 900 students this year. That's up from about 840 last year, and it keeps growing. We've got building and cranes everywhere, and we got to get in front of this. Also want to thank Director Vincent for including our transportation barn, which is 1 year older than Campbell County's barn, but we have similar, very similar results. And so Superintendent Chapman is online. I'm here to stand for questions, or if I cannot answer it, Superintendent Chapman sends her best, and she will be providing you follow-up emails.
Committee, any questions for, yes, Ms. Storr, Representative Storr?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Scarlett, in looking at the materials that were presented before, and the discussion we had about the fact that the population estimates are essentially backward-looking. So a couple of things that came to mind just looking at some of the numbers. One is obviously COVID impacted some districts more than others in terms of reducing population in the schools. A lot of those have bounced back, but that seemed to be one of the things we saw in Teton County. Also just that as you say, if 900 kids, and we are looking at this, we're trying to project, right? It's a different calculation, but maybe if you could just help us understand kind of the difference between the numbers that we're seeing in the reports and what the school board believes is happening with our populations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Representative Storr. We are working off of an assumption in the next 5 years of 1,800 to 2,200 housing units being constructed and Jackson. Those have already been approved and are baked in the cake, and they're just going through construction. These are not the Teton County mansions where people fly in for the weekends. These are, it's called workforce housing. They're deed restricted. And so we're trying to get our hands and arms around what the child rooftop multiplier is. And even if you use one child per roof, you're looking at 1,800 kids on the low side entering our district. We're only a district of 3,000 students as it is. So that's what we're trying to get in front of.
Anything further? Okay. Is Gillian wanting to make comment as well?
Nope.
She's just here just in case?
She's just ghosting.
Okay, well, Gillian, we say hi from Casper, so thank you, Mr. Scarlett, for stopping by.
Yes.
Thank you so much, so, all right. Do we have anybody else? Do we have anybody else online? Okay. Okay, committee, I'm gonna bring everything back up here to the dais. I'll entertain any motions at this point. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think it's really been a good day for me. I've come to a lot more understanding of where we're trying to get to with new assessment systems. And I appreciate, again, the work of the director and the department. With that said, I'm gonna try this motion. I would like to move that we draft a budget bill to be considered at our next meeting. And I would suggest that we include everything that was presented to us today. And that would be my motion, and then I'll explain if I get a second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Senator Landon, seconded by Senator Rothfuss. My only statement on that would be based on the discussion that I've had and some of the stuff. I would direct the department to work very closely because I did go back and pull up the previous budget, and it is a lot different than what we have received in the past. I would ask you guys to work very closely if this passes directly with our staff to get them the information that they need to plug that in. That being said, committee, any discussion? Yes, Vice Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And in part, you took some of the things that I intended to share as well, which is I would ask the director and the department, do everything you can to get this in form so that we can present it on up the ladder to the Appropriations Committee in a format that they're used to seeing. That was pointed out by the good representative. I think committee, that gives us an opportunity to have that in front of us at our next meeting. If we're uncomfortable with any of these elements, whether it be the component projects or the suggested emergency projects or construction in general, we can have that debate. We can strip that information out of a bill. But I just think that it makes more sense for us to be encompassing of what the agency and the commission came to us today. So that's the reasoning behind my motion.
Okay, committee, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
I don't want to change the motion, but I would like to see, and possibly with the ability to amend it in, we have the information about this $3.7-ish million of imminent safety and accessibility concerns that were provided through the facility condition index and assessment. And we don't have those in the budget. And I think it's probably more based on timing than anything else. So I guess I would just make the request. I'd like to be in a position where we can understand what those are and know whether we can add those as a presumably component. They could just go right in the component list as health and safety priority components. And I think that would be consistent with how we did security one time, for example, and I don't know whether we separately categorized. I think we did separately categorize that. So I guess we could separately categorize a health and safety and have a few projects there. So I hope we can just have that prepared. And we'll see what comes back. It's not worked up yet. But I'd like to be able to contemplate that without having to scramble at that time and figure out what it looks like. So that would be my only additional request. That doesn't change the motion, but I think we can incorporate that and just have that available for us at the next meeting. But I'm certainly going to support the motion. I think it's the easiest way for us to work moving forward.
Tanya, Matt, I would just say, what I would ask for that is maybe have a proposed amendment available for us that would have the breakdown. However you guys need to get that, I would ask you guys to just reach out to the department and have them get you that information.
Yeah,
I
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm tracking, but I just want to make sure I confirm, and so the department's understanding what we're looking at. Page 9 of the Bureau Veritas report that was provided this afternoon. That page 9 has total buildings of approximately 6.9 million or $6.6 million of health, life, and safety issues that need to be identified by building and district as a prepared amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure, so the discussion on the environmental, that largest component looks like it's asbestos tile, so that ends up being a substantial number, and so I didn't include that in my motion. The safety and accessibility. If there are any environmental factors that rise into safety, imminent safety and accessibility, that would be fine too, but I wasn't looking at the long-term ones. I was looking at those that immediately need to be addressed. So I had just included safety and accessibility, which I believe are imminent needs, instead of just, hey, things we need to take into consideration at some point.
So let's do this. Why don't you work directly with staff to come up with that? I think they got it, but I'd like to make sure that, but let's go back to the motion. Any further discussion on the motion to have a budget bill drafted for our next committee meeting? Seeing none, this is a roll call. No, it's not. This is just sorry. Yep. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, that passes. All right. Committee, anything else for consideration today? Nothing. Okay, staff, before we adjourn, do you guys have anything from us or for us on our side? Okay, committee, one thing that I have been tossing around, I am not sure that it's going to make it in a budget session, number one, so that's why I'm not going to bring it as a motion, but a consideration for us to think about is we've got a looming issue with schools in our state. We've got at least 3 high schools that are sitting out there as it stands right now that need to be replaced. Each high school is probably going to be $130 to $150 million. Cumulatively, we're talking about $500 million just for 3 schools. And so you can't really go after those, and need an elephant all in one bite. So my thought has been, and I'd kind of appreciate you guys thinking about this as we move forward as well, looking at potentially drafting a bill, but I'm not sure that I want to put it in on a budget session, but something to consider for next interim most definitely is taking a portion of any of our monies that we have over and above our projected surpluses and putting it into a school CapCon account for major buildings like this, and or just a set amount. If it's $100 million a year that we just plug in there, and then when these schools come up and they rise to the top, we don't have to find that money of $150 million 3 different times to do this. So keep that in the back of your mind, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your thoughts on that. And I'm looking down at a former chairman of appropriations, not sure how all of those memos were received, but there's a potential for the chairman to send a memo on behalf of the select committee. We can decide that in October. We could send a memo on forward and make that suggestion. My sense is that we'd better get started putting about $100 million aside for the next 5 or 6 years if we're going to get arms around some of the needs that we heard about today.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yep, let's go to Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, we have that little sliver that comes out of the SIPA that goes to this state penitentiary account we've talked about in this committee many times. And Remember, that was developed when we were in the Jonah, when we were gonna have to replace the prison by now, right? And then, of course, went back through and value engineered, looked at it some more, and so that thing is put off for a couple decades, but the idea of saving for a big project is not something new, and we know they're out there, and I think that's kind of the vein where you're going, Chairman and Vice Chairman. I think that's very appropriate. Start planning for that. You know what's out there. Yeah. So and I think there's ways to do that. So, thank you.
Senator Office?
I think your idea of sending a letter makes a lot of sense, and I think it's going to be a little hand wavy, but basically laying out to the JAC, because they're not tracking this in the same way we are over, what are we looking at over the next 5 and 10 years? But really coming back and saying, hey, we're probably going to need 3 high schools. I think you were very, very low on the 120 to 150. We're probably talking on the order of 200 million each, realistically. So when you multiply that by 3, we're 600 million. Putting together a letter, just letting the Joint Appropriations Committee know this is hovering out in the future. We're going to need over $500 million, and they might want to start thinking about it. And I think it would be in our interest to put that letter together, to work with the department on some better hand-waving estimates than what we just came up with, and name the schools, name the potential urgency, and just put together a quick one-pager.
Okay. Well, I will, yes, Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to remind the members of some past practice and what you did last year, and I think Senator Office alluded to this earlier, you consolidated the school capital construction account and several other accounts into the school foundation program account last year. But the one account you didn't consolidate was a school foundation program reserve account. And the thing you're talking about, identifying revenues in excess of whether that's FMRs or severance tax, has been previously directed to the school foundation program reserve account. So if that's the pot you maybe want to direct that to, that's a potential, rather than create a new account. And I think Representative Harshman's idea on the 10 million that goes annually to the penitentiary account is a possible option of revenue sources. But I don't know if the Appropriations Committee wants to create another account, but you do have access to that school foundation program reserve account that's been utilized for that purpose in the past. So that's just some history on.
Well, what I'll do is, I appreciate that, Matt. What I'll do is I'll work with staff. I'll draft a one-pager. More likely, staff will draft a one-pager and I'll review it. And we'll bring it for your guys' consideration. I won't send anything without you guys having a look at it. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, I think you have the latitude to make that as part of your budget request for the next biennium. Is this committee to how to finance not only this biennial budget, but the future biennial budgets? I think that's perhaps the best way to approach that.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate
All right.
that you gave us the information that we need.
Yes. I'll just say again, thank you to everybody for being here. I know it's a long day. Appreciate all the hard work from the committee. And if we do end up needing an additional meeting, we'll get that out to you guys as soon as possible. But as it stands right now, we'll see you at the end of October. We're adjourned. Thank you.